Intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignite me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows mean. He gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling his or never getting bored. Loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friend, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a wasteland.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your ass. The fucking link is in the chat. That should be.
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your stuff? Because I need something to clean these titty butts. My job is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. Bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B and her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly. He's beefing with the Queen Bee because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen Bee with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would stalk her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks, their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check, my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking overlying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because she
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed! Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. that shit Chronicles of the Shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Girl, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your email. What the hell is wrong with people?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
Motherfucking killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Look, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you
Alright.
pumpkin.
I love you too.
I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got trigger today. Gotta trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, your dog is orange.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. These motherfuckers hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, me Tim.
Elliott's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. Alright, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Happy Friday, y'all. Happy Friday, baby. It's a good day. It's a good day today. It's fucking Friday, y'all. What y'all doing? Let's see. We got memberships coming in already. Look at y'all ready to party. Should we play this intro again? Do we need to play it? Do we need to do a double? Do we need to do a double dip on this one? Because we feeling good on this Friday, huh, y'all? We feeling good, huh? Let's see here. I was busy as hell yesterday. So here, Corinne gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much, baby. Glory gifted 5 memberships. Tia Marie gifted a membership. And Brianna, member for 9 months. Working on them 1,200, baby. No, that's right. If y'all got one, please make sure you let them, tell them thank you. That's awesome. Thank you guys for supporting the Hive. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Damn, it's going to be 70 degrees there today. I'm jealous as hell. I'm jealous as hell. Brianna gifted 5 memberships. I know that's right, girl. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, love. If you guys get one, make sure you say thank you. For sure, for sure. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. I know. Did you guys, how many of y'all listened to Burnt Toast last night? Did you guys listen to that fuckery? Another 53 pages of bullshit. I know you guys listened to it last night. It was ridiculous, wasn't it? Now you guys, I mean, you understand what we're going through here? And why it's so goddamn costly? That's the problem. People got all this shit to talk, but they're not understanding how expensive this shit really is. Like Checkmate Humanity said, she spent $20,000 and didn't even get half as far as we are. I don't think people realize how expensive it is for a lawsuit on top of, a countersuit, on top of a PPO order that she thinks she needs to have as well, which is what Lana just did with Melissa Jade that we just went over for, 3,000 hours. I mean, I don't think y'all realize what all this entails. Let's see here. Heather B. Beachy, I see you, baby. Let's see. Tribal Gal member for 9 months. I just figured out the 1,200 thing. Yeah, I used 1,200 as an example. And, of course, they took it and ran with it. And, that's just what it's been since. So, Now, see, I had a live scheduled on the Hive, but I was busy and didn't get a chance to. And then Burnt Toast was on for 4 hours yesterday. So I was like, dang, girl, there ain't no way I'm going to be able to keep up with that. So I ended up crashing. And I said, we'll do it tonight. It's Friday night. We got all night. To talk some shit. And since we're doing nicknames now, yours is Cartman. Mine's what, Cuber, you say? Okay, yours is Cartman, baby. So that's that, Sludge Knuckles or Cartman. That's what you'll be referred to from now on, since you guys, since we're doing nicknames now. Heather B. Beachy, almost a year, baby. I know that's right, girl. I know that's right. Thank you, love, for supporting the Hive, baby. Now, see, I didn't want to have to keep this shit going, but apparently we, just did another live here where she wanted to say she was controlled and all kind of weird ass shit. So we definitely gonna have to go over that and correct that bullshit. Because there wasn't a motherfucking day the first that I gave a fuck to control her ass. So that's, bitch, you delusional as fuck. And it just so happens your little channel showed back up after fucking 3 weeks. Great timing. As if we didn't know. But check this out, though. Sapphire Jules, she been killing it. And JP, did you guys go check out her live? If you haven't, you need to, because she's funny as hell. She is fucking, she is hilarious. We're going to get some laughs, but there's so much to talk about, you guys. So anyways, the Kansas case, we got to get into that. There's so much to talk about, you guys. There's so much going on. Shoot, did you guys hear that Toxicology screen came back? And, see, it didn't take no 6 to 8 weeks, did it? Because there was too many people bitching about what was going on. And that Toxicology for the 3 guys that died in the backyard in Kansas City came back with cocaine and fentanyl and THC. So, and I think that goes to show, like, no matter how much you think you know your family members, you don't. So, I mean, and obviously that I don't know if they got something laced or what the hell happened, but I know that there's a whole lot going on. So we got to get caught up on this case. We got to talk about it. We've got to talk about it. Dang, you guys showing some love. What's going on here? Look at this shit. Hold on. Let me see here. Dang. Let's see here. Lucy, $10. Love the Hive. Thank you, baby. I love having you here. Corky Carlotta, member for 11 months. Hey, Queen in chat. Thank you, baby, for being here. Brianna, $4.99. I turned 51. Happy birthday, baby. Happy birthday. There you go, love. Turned 51 today, and I'm in the mood to give some birthday presents. I know your heart, Queen, and I'm still here always. I love you, baby. I'm so glad I met y'all. Look, I got some fucking damn good people in my corner, and I'll tell you right now, you guys show some love, and it is, look, I'm so fucking grateful for y'all. You don't even know. Y'all don't even know. Some days I get frustrated, but you know what? I got some good fucking goddamn souls in my corner, for real. I got some good motherfucking people that have been really good to me. Very, very good to me. Regardless of the snakes and the snake pit and shit, there's still some people who have been amazing to me. And I appreciate it. Let's see here. Good morning, hooligans. I know that's right, baby. Tribal Gal gifted a membership. Thank you, love. Be Still says, stay strong, my friend. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate it. Just Samantha, member for 9 months. Grateful for you, Queen in our Hive. I'm grateful for you too, Just Samantha. I appreciate you, love. 2 Firefighters Mom, member for 14 months. Love you, Queen in the Hive. I appreciate you, love. Kick ass. Jamie Beck gifted 5 memberships. And Skeptical Believer gifted 5 memberships. If you guys got some, please make sure you tell the girls thank you. Virginia gifted 10 memberships. Damn, you guys, we're going to make it to 1,200 today. That's it. We're hitting it for Brianna's birthday. That's it. We're going to get it today. Yeah, so I was going to say, we got to get JP up to her 1,000 subs, man. If you guys ain't subbed up to her, make sure you sub up to her for real. She's her link's in the chat. Normally, you know what I'm saying? I only drop them usually when we're, showing their videos and stuff, but we got to get her, she's just starting out. So if you guys ain't subbed up, make sure you guys go sub up over there. She does little parody videos. They're usually in like 5 or 6 minutes, 5-10 minutes. You know what I mean? But they're funny as hell. If you need a good laugh, you know what I mean? She's hilarious. She does her own thing over there, and it's fucking hilarious. Dang, Emily's a new member. Thank you so much, love. And Corinne gifted another membership. Dang, y'all. You on it today. Freaking on it today. Look, have you guys been paying attention to the Crumbly murder, the trial that's going on, the murder trial for the parents? That case right there is going to set precedents, because I'll tell you right now, those are the only parents that have been charged with their son being a school pow. You know what I mean? Doing the school bang bangs. And I'll tell you right now, I feel like they're going to start charging a lot more parents with the shit that their kids do. And holding them responsible. And I think this kid right here had been reaching out for help. He had been reaching out for help from his mom. He had been saying things to her, and they knew what was going on. They knew he had mental issues and things of that nature. Hey, Crimes and Fashion. Good to see you, love. Good to see you. Yeah, I have a feeling, because she said, no, don't do it. If you're telling him no, don't do it, then I feel like you definitely knew what he was already trying to do. There's also so much more in there too. That case, let me tell you what, that trial is, and it's crazy as hell. We need to go through it, y'all. But I know I can't sit through like 11 hours of court. I mean, I can't do it, you guys. So we're gonna have to figure out some recaps or something. Katrina gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate you supporting the Hive, baby. Make sure you guys tell them thank you. I know I don't need to keep repeating myself on there, because I know how y'all, you know, but I just feel like if there's somebody here that gets one, sometimes they don't always know who to go back and thank. So unless they, that's why I try to say the names out. Let's see here. Let's pull up here. We're about to pull up this. Oh, and you guys know what? I just seen Lynn was over here. Look at this. Let me see. What the hell? Yeah, oh. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Toasty. And thank you. Also, I won't say your name, but I appreciate that, love. Thank you so much. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a good day today. Here, I didn't even put the link down. Shoot, look at this. I'm in here running my chops. Didn't even put the damn link in here. What the hell? I'm talking about open panel and discussion. Don't drop the link. What? Say what? Brianna, better get your tail feather up here so we can say happy birthday. What the hell? I didn't even know that. I didn't even know I didn't drop the damn link. Shit, didn't drop it. Sure as hell didn't pin it. I came in hot, ready to talk some shit today. I said, gosh, dang, I didn't even come on here yesterday. I was busy. And then Toasty went live, and she killed it with them documents. Man, let me tell you, if you haven't watched Toasty, y'all need to go watch her. Let me tell you something. She did a really good job going over all that bullshit, and there was a whole lot of it too. Oh, hey girls, what's up? What you doing?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Got a new headset. Sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds really good.
Happy
Awesome.
birthday, love.
Thank you. I am now officially on the backside of the hill.
Hey, that's okay. You're still doing great. Still in shape, doing good. Hey, age is just a number.
That it is. Somebody told me this morning they're on
Until your body feels it.
Right. They're like, you're only as old as you feel, and I'm like, crap. Then I'm like 87.
Oh shit.
Amen. I'm telling you.
But I wanted to hop up to talk about the KC3 because
isn't that crazy what's going on with that?
I mean, we all kind of knew it, right? From the very beginning. We started talking about Fetty being laced in something from the very beginning. So it sounds like they if pot was recreationally legal in Missouri, it probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
That's the sad part. Thank you, everybody, for the happy birthdays. I'm seeing them all. Thank you.
Yes, I was gonna say they're all giving you happy birthdays, girl. Filling the
Yes.
chat with love.
Thank you. Spread its queen. She's the one that needs it.
Southern Mimi gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate that. If you guys got one, make sure you say thank you.
I do need to go back and listen to the last hour of Toasty's live last night. I'm normally asleep by 8:30, and I stay up till 9:30 on Thursdays. But I think I made it till 9:45, and that was it.
You know what though? It took her 4 hours to get through all that bullshit.
Yeah, and somebody was. I'm pretty sure I know who it was that was in the chat under Justice.
Morbid's goof ass was streaming her, and I'm sure they were probably trolling. You know, they didn't want that document read either. So
it's absolutely crazy the things that, like, the lawyer that you didn't even know until June was part of what was happening in March.
Yeah,
and then
it's fucking weird shit.
I mean, I don't want to drag too much over here because I know we can't say too much over here, but the thing that really got me, because I was one of the 3 people that started it, was the blank screen unity. That didn't even start here. We started that at Rabbits as a joke. And I came over here as blank screen 25 because we had there were 3 of us, and we changed our names at Rabbits. And then we came over here. And it was a joke. We were just screwing around. We dragged you into it. And now you're the one that set the whole thing up. What? Like, no, that's the only time in 27 years that I have been anything other than Brianna 25. I was blank screen 25 for a week. It was a joke. Blank Screen's mom was around for like 6 weeks. It was a joke, and it was hilarious. I can't believe she took it as some kind of awful stalking conspiracy Rico something or other. Like, what the hell? That was the one that really got me, just because I was one of the people that
Yeah, yeah, I couldn't believe. I mean, I couldn't, but then again, I can because she's grasping at straws, using anything she can. So, I mean, fuck, she even turned in the joke of the cartel shit.
Right.
And like she even made that into some bullshit, saying people have to have permission from me before they can have any kind of money or some bullshit on here. I don't even know what she was talking about. It was crazy.
Yeah, it and the Escobar thing you even got from her because she said it was like some kind of cartel. So you did that as a joke. Like it was all just us being funny and poking fun. That's all it is. It's not some grand conspiracy. It's just a bunch of us making fun of her. I'm glad that the whole thing's going to be stricken because there were so many people doxed out in that thing. It's terrifying. What does she know about how many of us?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, she can dig on me all she wants. She's going to find Breonna Davidson all the way back to 1998. That's it. That's when I first appeared. And I've been me the whole time. So she can find whatever she wants. Not worried about that.
Change of
yeah, I was gonna say it's all good. Yeah, there's no sense of humor when you're there's no. Anyhow, we'll finish with this. Let's go. Let's get on to this here.
Here we go. Back to these guys.
I do want to say this though. The only people that I've heard this from are like the news sources. We haven't heard any like officials. Like no, there's been no
press conference.
No police officers. They have not came out and said this. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind.
No official update yet.
Exactly. So we're only hearing this from news sources and news reports and such. You know what I mean? So I want you guys to be well aware that, there's been no official press conference that I'm aware of.
Right. Just that, like they released it to the media.
Yeah, from this point on, no. I think they spoke to the family and the family released it to the media, supposedly.
And it's the exact opposite of what the family's been saying for the last 2 weeks.
Right. So, yeah, take that at your own discretion. Here we go.
I'm kind of losing my mind on this one, Alex. I fully expected we were going to hear something about drugs in the toxicology report. That was not a surprise to me. But at the same time, I didn't expect to hear from the victim's stepmom last night and hear that there were pill bottles inside a backpack that the police did not even bother to take. What are you hearing on the scene at this point?
Now, see, that's the family speaking as well. We don't know what he had there.
Because he allowed them to search the home after this all happened without a search warrant, so they were given permission to take whatever they needed and to leave.
Yeah, but they're not treating this as a homicide or death investigation. That's not. You know what I'm saying? I mean, murder investigation. It's not. That's not what they're doing. They didn't do that to begin with. That's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if they're looking for drugs,
I'm saying is why would they go through his backpack when that's not what they didn't have a search warrant to go through anything in that house. You know what I mean? And
right, but if they had his permission, they could have. He was there.
Right.
He did give them permission to come in.
Hey, Ellie.
No, I'm talking about the backpack. Hi, you know how they had the backpack? She just said that the backpack, Ellie Boo, with the pills in it. She goes, well, we'll never know what pills were in it because the stepmom said they were in there.
Oh, I didn't even hear about that.
Here, let me rewind this because let me rewind it. Listen to what she says, okay? Hold on. Here we go.
I'm kind of losing my mind on this one, Alex. I fully expected we were going to hear something about drugs in the toxicology report. That was not a surprise to me. But at the same time, I didn't expect to hear from the victim's stepmom last night and hear that there were pill bottles inside a backpack that the police did not even bother to take. What are you hearing on the scene at this point?
Look, I can tell you that this was unexpected, not just for us, but also for the family members. Think about this. I've been knocking on doors, including the medical examiner's office, asking.
So they found the stepmom says that there was 2 pill bottles in his backpack.
And
That
those are
they
pill
never
bottles. They
checked.
may be his. If they're under his name, you don't take them.
Yeah, that's she said that they never checked him, and she goes, I think they were like heart medicine or something. I don't know. She's like, but we'll never know because nobody ever checked him.
Right. If they were prescriptions in his name, then what would be the point in taking them anyway? Especially if they're heart medication and he has a heart problem.
Right.
But what's weird is he just said this was unexpected by us and especially by the family. Have they not been paying attention? Because the whole rest of the world knew this was this was where we were going.
I'm saying that's what I've been saying from the beginning. Like, it may have been just a bad drug, whatever it is. And Brianna, I just want to kind of dip back to your point of when you said if marijuana was legal in Missouri, this wouldn't have happened. Well, they've got Coke in their system, or Coca-Cola, sorry.
Yeah.
In their system as well. So marijuana, yeah, it was there, but they also had the harsher drugs.
Right. So was the pot laced or was the Coke cut?
Exactly. You don't know. So.
Well, see, I mean, that's the thing is you really don't. And the 5th guy that says he was there, remember, he's like, I was there and they were on the couch watching Jeopardy when I left or whatever the hell they were saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, they very well might have been just sitting there talking shit with each other while Jeopardy was playing on the TV or something. I can't imagine them watching it and paying actual attention to it. You know what I mean?
I agree.
But,
yeah, and the whole thought of watching Jeopardy at 1 a.m. to me is like
them just like in the background while I could see them smoking a blunt and it playing in the background or something. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
Then,
right.
People love Jeopardy.
I mean, remember I told you guys about my friend, her husband. So he picked her up from work. He had bought some Coke and he thought he did. And he went home. He picked her up from work and they had 5 kids. They got home. She put the kids to bed. She had him go roll the blunt, right? When he was rolling the blunt, he must have snorted a line because she said that there was like a little white thing across, like a little like dust on the a little dust on the dresser, but she didn't see anything else. Like there wasn't really anything else there when like after the fact. But anyhow, he rolled the blunt and he went out. They sat on the couch. Within 5 fucking minutes, she said his head was like he was sitting up with his head cocked back. You know what I'm saying? Breathing like a fucking like that, like real heavy, real gargly.
Like that cop did in that video we watched?
Yep. And she said she tried to wake him up 2 or 3 times. He wouldn't get up. Of course, she didn't know that he'd done anything at all. You know what I'm saying? So she just thought he was fucking. She's like, stop playing with me. What the fuck you doing? Get up. And yeah, he wouldn't get up. And she's like, what the fuck? So finally she called 911 because she's like, he wasn't joking. Like it was real. It was real. You know what I mean? He wasn't a joke. He wasn't just fucking with her. So she called 911. They came in and they hit him 4 or 5 times with Narcan. And yeah, they never did get him back. He died.
That's so sad.
Yeah. And I mean, they come to find out he had cocaine laced with fentanyl.
These guys were just having a good time. They were just hanging out and having a good time at their buddy's house.
Prior to that, he was with a couple of his friends. They had been riding around and they went to their buddy's house and he was having a cookout. They hung out over there for a little while. Everything was good. He had a good time. Went and picked her up from work when she got off. They went home. She got the kids to bed. Her sister left. You know what I mean? Everything was fine. Everything was like normal routine. Everything was good.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that happened, and it happened so fast. She lost her husband right. You know what I mean? Right. She lost her husband so unexpectedly, and it happened so fast. It was within like she said like 5 minutes. I mean, it was that fast. So could you imagine them going outside doing that shit and then walking outside and
that's what I'm thinking. Like they all did it. The one who was in the
those
house,
3 did. The other 2 didn't. Obviously,
well, they may have.
If they did.
well, not the one that left and actually drove home, but the one who stayed in the house. If he went upstairs and went to bed to sleep it off, and the other ones were exposed to the conditions where they got hot and went outside and then literally passed out. One's warm in the house and 3 are outside. What are the odds? All 3 of them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So him passing out in bed might be the one thing that saved him.
Yep. And Indy, I think pot is only medicinally legal in Missouri. It's not recreational yet. And I think the medicinal just started, didn't it?
See, and they have this, they have like whitewashed weed now where it's like all white. They're putting like a white powder, like a white substance on it. So if they smoked a blunt, like a, you know what I'm saying, or a white widow blunt is what they call them, because obviously you can die from it. But it's a blunt that'll get you fucked up, and you put your, you know what I'm saying, it's white weed, and you put that in, you know, put it in your, roll a blunt with it and you smoke it. It's kind of like a primo, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I gotta trust you here because I don't smoke.
That's why I'm very careful who I fuck with. I don't know. Nope. Nope. I'm not trying to smoke a blunt and die. Fuck no.
No.
Okay. Recreational pot became legal in Missouri last year. A year ago tomorrow, actually. So yeah, it is. Huh.
But it could be the Coca-Cola that was late.
Yeah.
Not the.
It could. You're right. You very well could have been, baby. You're right. It very well could have been. All right, here we go. Ready?
It's going to expedite this toxicology report, and basically they told me point blank, no, this case is no different than anyone else that comes across our desk, but something must have happened. Something must have changed. Maybe it was that meeting with the Platte County prosecutor, because now all of a sudden we are seeing an expedition of this case. All of a sudden, preliminary toxicology reports are coming into the families, and they now know at least a portion of the story, which is inside of the bloodstream of those 3 men was fentanyl, cocaine, and THC. We don't know the actual specifics, the levels that might have been in that bloodstream. Certainly it was enough to go beyond, well beyond the lethal dosage. But again, the actual toxicology reports are not in the hands of the families at this point. It's in the hands of the detectives, and they have not turned that over yet. But at least the Kansas City Police Department decided that we need to give these folks some answers at least, so that way they can get some closure. Right now, preliminary results, obviously we're asking for that toxicology report so we can get those details and we can report the official cause of death, but that still could take several more weeks.
Yeah, you would think that the families, I mean, it's one thing to get a phone call from the detective, right? To tell you, here's what we can, you know, finally reveal. It's another thing to get your hand on the autopsies, and you and your lawyer can go over them and decide what the next step is, like maybe wrongful death lawsuits, you know, like that's something entirely possible. I'm curious, Alex, I'm not going to suggest for a minute that you have been able to.
Now, I think she's taking things a little too far when she says wrongful death lawsuits.
Right.
There's actually a guy that comes on that kind of gets into it with her, and he's like, no, that's not. And she's like, well, I don't know what all she says. I'll go find it. Hold on.
I'm not a fan.
The digital files of all of these people, the party guests, Jordan Willis, etc. That's likely something that is tightly held by the police. But is that a mine that should be looked at this point? The fact that maybe there was a whole bunch of chit chat between all the guys before they came over for the visit to Jordan Willis's house, pertaining to what they might be bringing with them for fun, party favors.
I think that's a great question. I think that if this does move to criminal prosecution, certainly phone lines and text messages, Facebook messages, social media chats, that's all going to be closely examined. Obviously, we heard yesterday from the cousin of Clayton, Caleb, who said that this was just a normal activity that happens when surrounded by Jordan, that he is known to manufacture and distribute drugs to his friends for recreational purposes, was that line of thought. But certainly, I think the families, when speaking to them, they're not against criminal prosecution, but only if it actually is deemed to be criminal behavior. in terms of maybe passing out these drugs, which ultimately led to their deaths. They're not saying, they're not pushing for that. Yesterday, it was mostly about just, look, we want answers. We're hoping to get those answers. And if it leads to criminal prosecution, great. But I think, honestly, that meeting with the Platte County prosecutor is probably what expedited this toxicology report, because now, all of a sudden, the Kansas City Police Department, the medical examiners are seeing real action being taken by these victims' families, and they're hustling it along.
Yeah. I mean, I smell a wrongful death suit, probably 3 wrongful death suits at this point from the 3 different families. Listen,
She said that 4 or 5 times now. She is really pushing the shit out of that wrongful death suit.
I really cannot stand Ashley Banfield.
Me neither.
Yeah,
She's just reading into shit and pushing different narratives. Like, just, there was no autopsy results that were given to the family and not released. Like, it was just family speaking. I don't know.
Right. It was the family telling them what happened. I have not heard a press conference of the police say a goddamn word.
Yeah. It's all like the cousin.
This is coming from the family, whether the police told the family this or whatever. I mean, we don't know. But like I said, we haven't heard the police come out and do a press conference or anything.
Yeah, for her to say that the family got preliminary results. No, they didn't. There's no way. No.
The family did, they said, that's why things were released. The family did get some kind of preliminary. That's what they're saying happened, because that's where these numbers are coming from the family.
Well, and then you had the officials yesterday release a statement saying that we have gotten no results back yet, and it's still going to be a while, so we're still waiting. It's still a pending death investigation. That was their official statement.
These were preliminary ones that must have been released to like the family only, you know.
Stitching just pulled it right out of my head. She's chasing the drama. She's chasing the ratings. She thinks she's the next Nancy Grace, but she doesn't have half the intelligence that Nancy Grace has, or half the advocacy that Nancy Grace had in her background when she started. Now, what Nancy Grace became is something completely different.
Right.
I'm turning my volume down. Let me know if I go too low.
Thank you. No, you're fine right there.
Okay. But the family already thinks Jordan Willis killed those 3 men, and I don't think he did. They're going to push that he murdered them narrative no matter what the investigation finds. And I think they're going to find an accidental overdose of 3 guys who just wanted to party at their buddy's house and got in over their heads.
Or just got,
and the family's never going to accept that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, honestly, and the family will never accept that. You're right. It's
the thing they're talking about him being a cooker. He did that in high school. That's why he became a chemical engineer, because he was interested in that. He made their drugs and he was their grower in high school.
Yeah, but with him being a brainiac, and that's no offense at all, but who's to say that he didn't extend that beyond what he learned in high school with what his college and work experience taught him about chemicals and what to mix with what. We don't know that he wasn't still doing it, but the fact that they're trying to make it sound like he is, definitely, we don't know. Like, the police didn't say they found a lab. They were creating stuff. There was nothing like that found or stated by the officials.
Yeah, they didn't say they found scales. They didn't say they found baggies. They didn't say they found Bunsen burners. They didn't find, or if they found anything like that, they didn't say anything.
That's the thing. They haven't really said much. And so everybody's speculating about everything. Does anybody even know that if he's definitely in rehab?
Right, no, because there's been no official statements. The lawyer said, the lawyer's made a few statements and shit. He's caught himself and contradicted himself several times.
That lawyer's been lying from the beginning.
Hasn't it? I mean, and I'm just like, come on, you are doing this is terrible for your your client. You're just throwing anything out there, But no, I'm waiting on the police to do an official press conference on it. But here this guy kind of sets her. He tries to set her straight nicely, but it's
someone dies while someone is in the commission of a felony, you can be charged with murder, and in many states it is death penalty. So I'm just sort of flummoxed by the idea that this house was not a crime scene. Does any
Now see how far she just took that?
She took it from wrongful death to felony murder.
Right, to death penalty. Like, are you serious right now? Like, they have 4 friends partying together, 3 overdose and die, and the other ones were held responsible and now on death row.
And this is why you have people who trust a few certain YouTubers more than they try. I won't turn on the news at all, ever. I wait for official statements. I follow official pages. Like,
yeah,
no.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go. He kind of tries, like I said, he tries to tell her, but she ain't listening. But here we go.
See if it makes sense to you.
Well, good evening, Ashley. It's been a while. It's good to be back with you. I will tell you from the beginning of this thing, I mean, this happened, about 3 weeks ago? And I'm a little surprised at the this call for these answers to be immediate. In the fast food world we live in here, it's like they want the 43 minutes of a television show with no commercials, and it just doesn't work that way. It's a tragic, tragic scene. I don't know that it wasn't secured by those officers that responded. There is a video out that reportedly shows that they had Willis in custody at the time that they arrived. I've also read where another person that was going to the scene approached it. There were police everywhere, and there was some caution tape, to use their term, around the house. So that would indicate to me that there was some sort of crime scene tape causing a barrier, which would indicate that they have secured the scene. Now, as far as what was recovered there and so forth and so on, we won't know that until we understand what law enforcement presents to us as what they recovered. In terms of a felony.
But wait, because we absolutely know at this point that, as Ricky Johnson was dead and frozen out in the backyard that we're looking at right now, his backpack was sitting in that home. And when Jordan Willis, the owner, moved out because he was under so much scrutiny, he went off into hiding, and now he's in rehab. The backpack was still there. It was another connection, another family friend that brought Ricky's backpack out of that home and over to his family to reunite his belongings with his family. And I just can't for the life of me figure out, if you have 3 dead men mysteriously in the backyard, and you've cuffed the homeowner and then uncuffed him and taken him downtown to question him, how would you not process that scene a little more carefully? How would you not take a backpack of one of the victims and notice 2 bottles that have pills in them, one antacid and ibuprofen? Maybe, I don't know, and no one will never know because no one bothered to look.
Well, and I don't either. I mean,
see what I mean? She's like, nobody will know. Nobody will ever know because nobody even bothered to look.
But what she has to understand is it wasn't a homicide. It was never declared a homicide. It was never declared a murder. It was always stated there was no foul play suspected, and it was always a death investigation. If I die in my home, they're not going to search and take everything unless I've been murdered.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to make it make sense to people who may not know this part of the law. They can't just go in there and take everything. It's a death investigation. Are there any knives? Are there any drugs? We're looking in plain sight. Unless you get that search warrant and start taking people's things, it's a death investigation. You're there just to kind of gather what you can see in plain sight.
I have seen personally someone that I love very much that came very close to overdosing on something that he took, not realizing he took it. He slept for a day and a half. He did not get out of that bed to pee. He did not get out of that bed to eat. I thought that he was going to die. I was terrified.
And
But he
that's
slept
exactly what I
for
think happened to
36
the other guy.
hours.
Yeah, and that's the only reason he's alive. It's because he fell asleep inside the house.
Yeah. I don't know what the cause of death is going to end up being, whether, I mean, Queen, you can attest to it. When it gets to be, you know, lows in the low 30s and high 20s and things like that around here, our bodies acclimate to it. It doesn't feel cold to us. We go outside in shorts and t-shirts without coats in January when it's 30 degrees outside because we're used to it.
Yeah, but
It wouldn't have
your
felt
system
cold.
is already kind of depressed or suppressed, should I say, from a drug, it's not keeping your body warm. It's more keeping your heart alive, and then, or your heart beating, and it's focused on that. And then slowly you start freezing. People can freeze in 40-degree weather. It depends on how their systems are and how long they're
Right.
exposed to it.
And hypothermia kicks in at what, like 94? So
yeah.
And once you get like below 90, your body goes into such overdrive that you feel hot. So you take your shirt off because your body just starts freaking out and you don't feel the cold anymore.
Exactly,
And
Brianna.
I was like, the door was right there and it was unlocked. Why didn't they climb the fence? That shot they just showed, the gate was open. They didn't even have to climb the fence. They could have walked out to the driveway. But they didn't know they had to. They just fell over. And that was it. They had no idea. They fell asleep and never woke up. And
That's
it's terrible.
exactly what I'm thinking.
Or somebody just said in the chat they might have gone into cardiac arrest as well, you know?
Yep. It's a terrible, terrible tragedy. But I don't think it was a crime. I really don't. And as someone who, I mean, literally, if there were 3 dead bodies in my backyard right now, I wouldn't know because I never go into my backyard. So that whole thing, and I never look out the windows in my backyard, even though the window to my backyard is literally right next to my bed. I never look out that window. So this is not a strange thing to me. It's just not.
And this is coming from a person who had a brother and a sister-in-law overdose at separate times. They were just death investigations. There was never any criminal investigation, even though it was drugs. It was illegal drugs. But what can you do? If you choose to take, I don't know. It's such a fine line in society nowadays.
It is. And Brune, you're right, but they're never going to find the supplier. Because I really don't think it was Jordan. I really don't. I mean, I'm a mom. I've got nieces, nephews, people. I don't think there's anyone that hasn't been touched by addiction issues in this chat. We've all been through this. And damn Ashley Banfield for trying to turn it into a freaking ratings pursuit.
Yes. Amen.
Because these men are never going to be able to rest just because the family wants blood and they want Jordan's blood, whether he did anything wrong or not. I know, happy life. I mean, we've all got different perspectives on it. And that's fine. That's valid. That's what the discussion is for.
Yes, no echo chamber here.
No.
We discuss all possibilities.
If it was Jordan, if he made the fentanyl that killed them, then send him to prison. Absolutely. But if it wasn't, leave the man alone. I love you too, Happy. I don't know. I mean, I come up here all the time and defend people that are being attacked for no reason. I don't like it. It's like, let the police do their job. They'll tell us who the perpetrator is. Just stop hunting people down and let the police do their job. Oh, Sam. I am so sorry. I have too, but not nearly that many.
But that's exactly the point. Like, you don't know who to go after anymore.
My cousin died of a drug overdose. He got out of rehab and he did, all it took was one time. He got out of rehab, did dope once, and he overdosed and died.
Yeah,
And
it's like,
anytime someone passes, we always want someone to blame. We want to make ourselves feel like we get closure. But the closure comes in accepting what happens and kind of dealing with the fact that, okay, maybe we didn't know exactly who he was outside of our presence. Maybe they like to do drugs. Maybe they didn't.
Right.
But to say they've never, you don't know, especially when they go out and they are known to spend the night at this friend's house because they, quote, drink too much. You don't know what they were doing when, you know what I mean?
And we don't know if the reason they didn't go through that backpack is because they found the supply in the pocket of one of those 3 men in the backyard.
Very well could have, yeah.
We just don't know. And that look on her face just makes me so smug and so convinced she's right. And someone mentioned Unsolved No More a while ago, and I adore him. I adore the way he does things, the way he breaks everything down, and he goes through everything. And she cut him off because he was correcting her. It's like she just can't stand. She brings on these experts, and then she talks over them and cuts them off when they shut her up. I wish they'd just let it go. I know, Happy. She's going to cut him off a dozen times in the next 2 minutes. I have no doubt.
Yeah, as soon as he's still, hold on, let me play it.
I wasn't there, so I don't know if there were pictures taken and they felt like that was good enough. I don't know, but
wouldn't be good for a felony murder case, would it, Phil? Honestly, like, it would not hold muster in a felony murder case, right? Because somebody would say, I want to test those pills. You know, I can't. Sorry, we left them in the house.
we are so far away from a felony murder case with this thing that that's not. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is, look, I tell you what needs to happen here, in my view. And I'm looking at this through the eyes of a homicide cop. I'm not looking at it, with any particular. I've got no dog in the fight in that sense. Yeah. What I'm looking at here is we have a scene. We have 3 dead bodies in the backyard, and the circumstances under which they're there is what's in question. Now, we've got this tox test that we've not been given the official results, but if we're talking about a mixture of cocaine, fentanyl, THC, they were smoking dope, and I don't know if there's ethanol, alcohol involved in this thing or not, but a lot of these drugs, a lot of these narcotics that are taken cause the body to heat up in an abnormal way. And what do people do when that happens? So they move outside.
They go outside. Yeah, you're right. And I was asking if the bodies had their clothes removed, because that was another big question. I have to wrap it there, Phil, but I think you're onto something with that. I think you're on real quickly.
Well, I've seen this mostly with MDMA, with methylene dioxymethamphetamine.
She cuts him off a couple times, but
ecstasy, where the body heats up and people will take their clothes off, run out in the dead of winter to get cooled down. So I don't know if that's what happened here. So my question is, these are grown men celebrating the Kansas City Chiefs game. They won it. They're really celebrating. And they're doing it in this, they ingested this stuff voluntarily. They got outside. So my question here is, were they dead as a result of what they took? Or did they pass out because of the intoxication and they froze to death?
Yep. And that we don't know. And you're right. Autopsy is going to bring that, and we are waiting for that. That's why no one says they froze to death. We don't know that. No one says they OD'd. We don't know that.
But she's jumping to felony murder.
I got to leave it there. Phil Waters, thank you. Appreciate it. As always, you've got such great wisdom. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven.
I think Emily has a great point. Their cars being out front, he would have known how loaded they were. He may have assumed that they Ubered home and left their cars on purpose. And we're going to come back and get them in a couple of days.
Or again, if he was just that out of it, like...
Yeah, that he was unconscious for 72 hours or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, he gets up and he goes to get more of whatever he wants, or like the officer said, he walked in with greeted him at the door with a glass of wine. You don't know how intoxicated by anything he was during that entire 2 days, 3 days.
Yeah, all we know is that he apparently didn't look into out the big window into his backyard. And he didn't hear their phones ringing, and he didn't hear his phone ringing. And I sleep with noise-canceling headphones on because my 3-year-old granddaughter doesn't go to sleep until midnight, and I go to bed at 8. So noise-canceling headphones are kind of a necessity unless I want to stay awake until my 3-year-old granddaughter goes to bed at midnight. So that one doesn't. I mean, it's so weird because everybody's like, "Oh, why would he sleep with these on? Why would he do?" I do all that stuff that he says he does, and everybody thinks it's so weird. And I'm like, that's my life.
I do too. And if Toasty is still here, I fell asleep to her last night, and her closing scared the shit out of me in the middle of the night because it's so much louder. Like, I sleep with headphones. I have to have noise to sleep. My husband has to have silence. So we find a medium to where I have earbuds in all the time.
Yep, I've got the over ear because I can't wear earbuds. I've got the big over ear noise canceling headphones, and then my husband listens to ocean waves on Alexa. And we have the ceiling fan going, and neither one of us can hear anything else that's going on in the house unless the Mastiff barks. He wakes us up, but that's it. I do agree. I loved that he said we are so far from a felony murder on this. He's like, what the hell are you even talking about? I like that he corrected her on that. And he had a very, very good point, and that's the one thing that's left in my mind to figure out. Did they OD or did they freeze to death because they fell asleep? Because if they fell asleep and froze to death, they probably were alive until like 4 or 5 in the morning. Just slowly, hearts slowing down.
I don't want to think about, like,
yeah,
it's a slow process. I would rather just know that they OD'd, went outside, and that was it.
Yeah. Well, and they didn't feel anything. There would have been no pain. They were asleep either way.
I know. I think it's just the way that we process things and the way it's so different to where like they don't care that they're what.
It's just like John O'Keefe. These men are not
Yeah.
people to her.
Yes.
They're not people. They're things, they're objects, they're a story, they're possessions. She is worse than Nancy Grace because at least Nancy Grace had a reason to start doing what she did. She was out to avenge her fiance. And she did some screwed up things, and she still does some screwed up things, but damn, she believed in what she did. And she's so smart. And Ashley Banfield isn't half the woman Nancy Grace used to be. And I miss the woman Nancy Grace used to be. And I didn't realize that until just now, that I actually miss the way Nancy Grace used to be. Chronicles, you're right. She's got her, it's absolutely confirmation bias. She's got her narrative. And she's picking and choosing what parts of the story she's getting from the family that she wants to support the narrative that's pushing her ratings right now. And when the police report comes out and it contradicts everything the family has said. And yeah, I mean, we're probably doing it too, because my assumption all along was it was an accident. So I'm doing the same thing. The toxicology report came out and it supported my opinion from the beginning.
Yeah, and that's all we're doing is we're giving our opinions and throwing our, hypotheses out there. But at no time are we screaming felony murder and taking it to a place like why this is kind of enraging the families. Like you see this on news and the families are like, yeah, why isn't he in? Let the families grieve and process how they want or how they are able to do it. Don't throw shit in there.
Yeah, I mean, if it turns out that Jordan is responsible for their deaths, then yes, absolutely. Let's do a trial. If he's found guilty, if he's found liable, then okay. But if he's not, then freaking leave him alone. If he's not responsible for it, he just lost 3 friends in the absolute worst way possible. So he's either a victim who survived, or he's a killer. But we got to let the police decide which he is. I got to mute. My dogs are barking at the mailman.
Yeah, I agree with Brianna. Like we can throw out hypotheses and we can kind of wonder and question and give our opinions. But when you come down to straight out accusing and trying to up the charges and trying to make a big deal when you have 3 grieving families out here, let them grieve. Just stop flaming it. And that's the biggest problem I have with the media. Just stop flaming it.
The local Kansas City channels and even the St. Louis channels that are covering this, they are fact-based only. They're not doing this stuff. They're just coming out and saying, okay, here this happened and here this happened, and a little bit of reporting on the guy that thought it was a DV situation. He thought Jordan was being arrested for beating on the fiance that had broken into the garage, which was very weird. To accidentally be involved in this. Yeah.
And that's where we come back. Even the national media is just, they make a mockery out of these tragedies with just assumptions and wild speculations.
Oh no, Chronicles, if you think he's responsible, you can absolutely make the connections. I mean, that's what it is, because it can go either way. I mean, there's definitely enough on both sides to support him being guilty or support him being innocent. That's why we gotta wait. And I mean, I've said all along, I don't feel like he's guilty just
if you're
because
partying,
I
listen,
relate to him.
This is the thing. If you're partying with your, if you, you know, 4 buddies are partying together, 4 or 5 friends are partying together, and they all do shit together, or how do we know that him and, you know, old boy that left didn't do their own fucking bag, and these 3 had their own bag, and when Jordan went to bed and old boy left, they did their shit, and bam.
And that's why I'm pissed that they didn't do a toxicology on Jordan.
But we don't even know. Like I said, we have really no idea because there's been no official press release from the police. All we have is the family's word telling the news people this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's where this came from. Supposedly that what family? I didn't even know. I don't even know what family member said this. Do we know?
People think, you know, people think he's guilty of something, like, by all means, have that opinion. I am not here to change that. I'm just saying in the way everyone's trying to, like, the book bag was left, like, that's all I'm trying to explain. But to take a death investigation and go on to say it was felony murder without any results yet, that's where I have the problem. I think he did something dirty with them, but can I say he did it to them? That's where my leap I can't make.
I think Chronicles and Happy Life and everyone that's talking, I think you guys all have a very, very good point, that he may have known and not called the police. So there may be a concealing a death charge. I mean, that could go either way. He looked out the window and knew, or he didn't.
Like, yes. If nothing else, charge him with concealing a death or times 3.
Right.
But at least you can arrest him. You can do the toxicology. You can legally do all the testing you want to find out where his role was. He a consumer like they were, and he just got lucky because he was in the house? Like, that's where I think they screwed up at. Because after 3 days,
yeah, I mean, B-Tim has a good point. There's still the presumption of innocence. There's always the presumption of innocence. But questioning whether he failed to report a death, questioning whether or not he concealed the death, I think those are valid points of discussion.
Okay, so we pull up here, and I just put on here, do you, let's see here, it says, do you think Jordan should be held responsible for the death of his 3 friends? I want you guys to answer honestly. It's anonymous. Nobody will know how you answered. Nobody will know, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about that. So you can answer honestly. Do you guys feel Jordan should be responsible in the death of his 3 friends? I want to know, like, how the chat feels. We got 450 people in here, 430 people in here. All right, so we'll do about we'll try to do like halfway, you know, to see where the chat's at.
And that's something that's scary because I don't do drugs. I don't. I have my little gummies. They're legal here.
Right.
But if I had a party and God forbid, like, they went into the back field because we've got acreage, and I didn't know, to know that I would have a community or an entire country coming after me saying I did this without knowing, that's what scares me.
I think the issue is that it's a lot of times that people presume guilt based on misunderstanding of all the facts of the case. And usually it's like people like Banfield or other people or other personalities that just basically say, oh, okay, well, he's in the house and he should have knew. Well, we don't know how long he was passed out. I don't think it's an actual warrant his fault. If they took drugs themselves voluntarily, that kind of goes onto their own fault. They took a drug.
All right, here's the mom. This is the mom talking. This is the mom.
Okay.
Linda, how did the meetings go today with the Platte County prosecutors?
It went well. We got just reassurance that they are looking into this case fully. They didn't give any specifics on, evidence or what they found or what they haven't found. They just reassured us that it is being investigated.
Did they make any mention of Jordan Willis and reports that he checked himself into rehab recently?
They only mentioned that there is a rumor of that. They don't have any verification of that.
Stop that for a moment.
There you go. Right there. There's no verification of him even being in rehab. So that at this point is a fucking rumor.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that Banfield basically stated that as a statement of fact previously, that he was in rehab and a lot of other things. And it's like, I think that's where a lot of people like me, I would get trapped in that because I would probably repeat a rumor without verifying because I'm an amateur. I'm a person on the panel. I'm not an actual news reporter. But if you're a news reporter, you're held to a higher standard. And you should say, okay, where did this information come from? Let me pull, because like the thing is, I feel like a lot of times no one calls them out on the rumors and says, okay, where did you hear this rumor? Who is your source for this rumor? And then a lot of times they get away with, oh, it's just an anonymous source. Or they just say, well, we heard it from this news station. And I think Banfield is falling into this trap of painting this man. Also talking about liability, civil liability. That is a completely different law. Like you have to be a civil attorney to understand if there's any liability. I highly doubt that let's say these gentlemen did take this substance voluntarily. I don't know how you're going to point that as, negligence to that guy, the homeowner, if they're all just taking drugs voluntarily. Let's say that happened. There's no way that there's negligence that would be at issue at that point. So she's just speaking out of terms. She's speaking out of just rumors and just sensationalizing a case that's already sensationalized, in my opinion. And I
agree
see it a
with
lot.
you wholeheartedly, B.
Yeah, and you see it a lot with people like the glare. I mean, his misunderstand. He didn't understand. He was talking, for instance, I'll give you an example. I know I'm bringing up the glare. I'm sorry, but it's a good for example. He talked about the police procedure not being followed for evidence collection. But when I asked him, do you know what the police procedure for evidence collection? He said no. But it's because he heard it from other people. He heard the rumors and heard that he just kind of kept on repeating it. And that's what happened.
Did you just cut out for me or everybody? What the hell just happened? B. Tim.
Oh, yeah. You hear me now? What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it cut out for me. But that's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry I cut you off. I think someone else dropped too for some reason.
I was going to say, I don't know if it was StreamYard or if it was you. What happened?
Yeah, maybe I was dropping too many tree prompts. But I think a lot of times that people they're ignorant and they basically don't know the facts, and then they just basically go out for rumors. And I think, honestly, at this point, you cannot make a decision on whether a guy is guilty based upon a rumor and some personalities just speaking those rumors as facts at this point. That's just my opinion on that. That's just my opinion on that.
Here, let me finish.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. It kicked Brianna, it kicked me.
It kicked everyone off.
It was like we were fine. Everything was fine. Then B. Tim cut off, and then you bounced down. I'm like, what the hell? And Brianna was gone. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Right. What happened was Banfield hacked into the Hive's StreamYard, and she didn't like me talking bad about her, and she kicked me off.
The Lords are watching us.
But yeah, I mean that's the
no. I think there's something going on with electronics, or something's going on because you know what I mean. It's my laptop's been weird, StreamYard's been weird, PayPal's been weird.
Yeah, but yeah, when it comes to and this is very disappointing from Banfield because I think Banfield is just really attempting to sensationalize cases and not really hold back on facts. And you know what I mean? You can expect that a little bit with YouTubers, but you shouldn't expect that from the news media, to be honest with you. to be honest with you. And that's very, very bad precedent.
And I completely agree. It just feels like she's always here to scold someone or get a gotcha moment, and then she dials back and it's like, oh, I didn't know that. Or did we confirm that? And it's just like, ma'am, I don't know. That's just the problem with media overall nowadays.
Sweet and Crazy says, are people really thinking on here that Jordan had nothing to do with this? And that's crazy to me. Well, it's not that we don't know. The thing is that we're working with rumors and speculation, and we don't know. And I don't know if he has anything to do with it. I don't know if he does have anything to do with it. The fact is, we don't know. Number one, they all had drugs in their system. Where did they get the drugs? When did they consume the drugs? Who gave them the drugs? We don't know if the other gentleman, Jordan, took the drugs. We don't know how long he was passed out at the time if he took the drugs. We don't know how long it took him to find out that those people were in the back of his yard, or when he found out, or if he found out. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and it's not going to be answered by the cops right now. But we can't just assume someone's guilt based upon rumors and speculation. You have to basically wait for the facts.
And that's exactly what I've been saying, B. Tim. Like, there's a very, very big difference between, did he do this with them or did he do this to them?
Or they could have taken the drugs, they could have went out, got the drugs, and just took them outside before they even got in the house. We don't know. We don't have a timeline of events. We don't know. I personally, though, think that there is suspicion that could be laid when an individual changes their story multiple times, like the lawyer kept on changing the story of what his client was stating. And then, and I think that to me is a fact, that if that's a fact, that the story is changing. So if your suspicion on Jordan's guilt based upon changing of stories and certain things not making sense, then I can agree with that opinion. That opinion is based on facts of a case that we know thus far. But rumors about rehab, rumors about him making drugs like fucking Walter from Breaking Bad, it just, we need a little bit more time for that. And I think the best thing to do is work off the facts that you can. And when I say work off the facts, I mean, like, if let's say I came up to you and I says, okay, how did you know that he changed his statement? You would show me you would show me a video. You would say, look, the lawyer changed the story twice for his client. That would be your proof. But if I asked you, what is the basis of your knowing that he went to rehab? You'd be like, well, I heard it from somewhere. You wouldn't be able to base that off of a fact that you can prove to me.
And we also have to take into consideration, if he was doing it with them, how it affects his memory. Maybe he said one thing one day, and then the next day, being clear and off of drugs, more things are coming back, which kind of changes. Oh, hold on, I don't remember this. It happens.
His cousin, it says, well, his cousin was the one saying that. So, yeah, welcome to the days of social media where people will lie and say anything for fucking clout. I don't trust people who just jump on social media and say things. I'm going to wait until it's said by people who are police officers or someone I trust. You know what I mean? I don't believe in social media. I mean, for instance, if you looked at that case where Soto, where the brother of Matthew was basically making up assumptions that he was jumped by a gang of other people, that he knew he was, like a couple of things he was just talking out. And, some people just believed him because, he's the brother of the victim of Matthew who was killed. And we all have to remember that they're family members that just don't understand the full story. We need to wait until the authorities and work off facts. And when I say work off facts, is basically just like in the drama community, work off receipts. If someone calls you out and says you don't, oh, how do you know that? You say, well, this is my receipt. This video proves that he's changed the story twice. This is my receipt. The police found him this way. This is according to the police report. That's what I'm saying. You can keep on playing if you want.
But they acknowledged they had heard that same report.
Yes, they did acknowledge that.
Linda, did they give any further descriptions of the way the bodies were found in the backyard?
No, they did not. And they said they weren't going to get specifics because they didn't want to taint the investigation. They didn't want to paint any possible anything going forward. So they just weren't getting into specifics.
And it
on
must
one
be so
second.
frustrating, especially since this most recent report that David Harrington was found seated in one of those lawn chairs out back. Did they say anything about what David and Ricky and Clayton were wearing out back?
They did not. Like I said, they did not give us anything on the investigation side. They didn't want to, possibly if, you know, you were called in to be what is the word I'm looking for? If you were called into court to answer questions, they didn't want to take what you might say.
Understandable, understandable. I know that April Mahoney, who is Clayton McGeeney's fiance, made the discovery, at least of one of the bodies. Can you explain that or describe that as you have learned from her? How exactly did she see the body that she saw? Was it through a window? Did she go into the backyard? Like, how did it happen?
My understanding is she entered the house through the front into the basement, and she went upstairs and was looking through a window and saw the body seated on the back patio in the chair.
So she was able to see through a window that David Harrington was seated in that lawn chair on that back patio. Did she mention if it was the kitchen window or if it was the doorway window or it might be a sunroom or a breakfast nook? Did she mention which window?
She did not, and I have not personally talked to her. This is just information that I have received secondhand.
Were you or your husband, Ricky, asked to come and identify Ricky's son, Ricky Jr.? Who made the identification for the police?
We were not asked to go identify the body. They told us that the bodies have to thaw out. They were frozen, and that could have possibly have taken to that Friday. Well, we weren't really willing to wait that long. So I called the medical examiner the next day, and I started describing Ricky's tattoos and his piercings, and she told me that was one of the deceased that she had.
Did you ask if you could come and make that identification personally yourselves?
I did call the police and ask them if that is something we could do so we could get an identification sooner, because you still hold out hope that he is going to come home. You want to make sure that that's him. I was told that that's something that you only see in movies. These people do identify us.
To be clear, they said that's only something they do in the movies if you wanted to identify Ricky yourselves. Is that clear?
Yes, that's filming.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider.
Yeah, it's always good to get that.
Now think about how disgusting you have to be as a person who is grieving her son's loss to ask a mother, well, do you know how his body was found? How was he laying? That is disgusting.
Well, I mean, I think she's just trying to fish for information so she can get the scoop. Like, that's basically it. That's pretty much it. Yeah, his keys were left. That's wallet and key. Wallet and keys were on the counter, so I don't get how he didn't know. I can naturally assume how he didn't know. He probably took a substance. I'm assuming this is a theory, a thought process, a tinfoil hat theory. He took a substance. He slept for a while. He's drowsy and he's not thinking straight. You know, ever wake up in the morning and you're not quite all there? Probably even 10 times worse if you're probably taking drugs too. So maybe he just didn't notice it.
His ex said he was a raging alcoholic. Like, he is just not. And if we want to even go by that, maybe he just wasn't even coherent enough to know for days. There are people who go into stupors for a week at a time. And that's kind of where we need to think about where he was mentally, physically during this time.
Yeah, we just don't know. And I think that's, wallets were inside, so never heard her mind. Apparently dude entered himself. Well, that's a rumor, apparently. That's, I don't know. To be honest with you, we'll have to wait to find out. But it would make sense to me. I mean, it's one of those rumors that would kind of make sense to me a little bit. You know, mainly because I'm thinking in terms of a defense situation. Like, oh, look, his defense is probably going to be that he was on drugs. He didn't notice those you know, the bodies in the back. That's why his story is all different, because, you know, his memory's not great and he has a drug problem too. So he's going to be into rehab. That would be like a defense if I was to use that as the basis of the thought process.
And that's kind of what I'm saying. Exactly.
But that would be like my idea of the defense that he would probably have. And if that was true, if that rumor was proven true, let's just say, you know, but you don't really, but I don't know. I think the whole thing is very tragic. I think it's a cautionary tale of people should be very careful about substances that they ingest in their bodies. And yeah, very cautionary tale about that. And I think most likely what we're going to find out in the future is that this is not some sort of grand plan situation, that most likely it was a terrible accident and people died from it. And simple as that. And hopefully people take the good lessons from it.
Well, and that's 90% of the overdoses. It's a tragic accident, but to go on national media and flip it to felony murder and we want his head, that's where I'm having the problem.
I don't think you can actually start talking about felony murders and stuff like that based upon rumors and speculation. I think Banfield is doing herself a disservice with that. She's sounding like a very big, like kind of like a one of those YouTubers that just say shit based on rumors. You know what I mean? Like she's sounding very bad, because what happens is that when she states it, people say, "Well, Banfield said it," and then they're going to say that basis of fact. So silly thing to do. Very silly thing to do from Miss Banfield.
Especially when you're going to come back the next day and say, well, we heard rumors, and then try and verify it, like trying to verify it with a family member.
Yeah.
That proves what you said yesterday you didn't even know was fact.
Seems like damage control. Seems like she said something that she knew that she didn't have the basis to back it up, but then she's like, well, I heard it from the family members and I'm going to say that I heard it from them. It's like, well, how many times family members have gotten shit wrong? You know what I mean? Remember that whole thing with Soto again, where he talked about how he was tortured, like with one of the family, I think it was, I forgot what her name was. I forgot what relation she had, but this family member was claiming that he was tortured in the back or something like that during an interview. And it's like, I think it was the cousin. And it's like, family members get shit wrong all the time. It happens all the time. He didn't OD, had an 8-bike accident. I don't know what you're talking about. My husband had an OD. Okay. Same thing happened with the Rodney case. An accident isn't true crime, so the true crime community can't capitalize on it. Well, yeah, a lot of times, like, often the conspiracy gets in there because, like, people, like, I don't know, they make assumptions based on ignorance, their own ignorance on police procedure and stuff like that, and a lot of things, and, you know, it gets fueled that way. It gets fueled really a lot. It's like, you know, ask any of these YouTubers, do you know what the police procedure is for, you know, cornering off a scene and collecting evidence? And they'll probably be like, I don't know. I just know what I heard. It's like probably, you know what I mean? Like, or how long, you know what I mean? Or how long it takes for a drug, or they have to Google it, you know, test for in their systems, you know.
Because I will admit, like when this first came out, I was screaming immediately, just arrest him for, you know, failure to report a death. And now I'm just like, but if he was drug. So over time, when things start coming out, it can change your view and your opinion on it. I'm not saying he's innocent of everything, but I'm also not saying he's guilty of capital murder.
Well, that's the thing. That's why cops don't immediately arrest you unless they have all the evidence in place to arrest you. And a lot of times social media wants people arrested and wants people put behind bars, and they want everything done immediately, and they don't realize investigations take time. Gathering witness statements take time. There's not a time limit in when you can investigate and ask questions of a witness. And then they just, they don't understand that.
Especially in a case like this, to where it takes so much time to get the actual toxicology results back. We know they weren't beaten. We know they weren't stabbed. We know that they weren't openly murdered.
Yeah.
So we have to let the investigation play out.
Yeah, I think what you're going to probably find out is there's going to be a lot of, we're probably going to find out it's probably going to be an accident. And then people are still going to speculate. And it's probably going to be people that think that he's like, for making fentanyl in the back of his fucking U-Haul or something like that. And these guys, he just gave it to them. It's like, okay, that makes no sense. Let me see. Didn't MGL do something similar, crushed opiates with the family and just saying, beat him? Yeah, well, allegedly. She was crushing something with the family. Well, he did say that one of her relatives were doing a certain medication he was not supposed to do.
Right, but that's nothing. She was doing it, so
yeah, I'm gonna avoid it. We don't know. We don't know if she did anything. I mean, there's people we've slowed down the film to see just in case. But yeah, I mean, like in scenarios like this, we just don't know. We just don't know at this point. Of course, allegedly. That's not what I said about credit cards and everything. There could have been another person involved. We don't know about it yet. Well, there's a fifth guy people didn't know about until later. So
exactly, we don't know his role in all of this. Did he deliver it and then leave? Like, we don't know. There's just so many questions.
We don't even know the time of death. We don't know really about the scene of the crime, but the scene of the incident. I'm going to say incident for the sake of this because I don't know if it's a crime yet. The sake of like the incident where everyone was positioned. We don't know a proper timeline of events for this guy. We only know he changed his story multiple times in the beginning about, we don't really know nothing. We really have too little data to assume, figure out what's going on. And I'm just saying, So what's Queen? What do you think?
I think you got her stumped on this one, Tim. But it's one of those things where I know we want answers right now. We want answers yesterday. And it's just so hard to kind of explain to the family that these things take time. I can't force a lab to rush your results when, let's say, we're waiting on a 12-year-old who was assaulted, and her results are being waited for too. Like, it's a lie.
Phone's cutting out, baby.
Yeah, your phone was cutting it out.
And I forgot to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, so it's been going off, and it's distracting as hell. So that's what I've been doing.
Cartel business. I
ain't even been. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't hear half of what you said. Half of what you said. I'm gonna keep it real.
Oh shit! I thought the fifth guy. Well, I'm saying, whatever. I forgot the question. I thought the fifth guy is the one that said the third were watching Jeopardy when he left. Unsure, actually. I think I heard that, but I'd have to look at the article to be sure. I'd be just going off my recollection, and I would have to read that particular part again. I'm not going to speak out of turn too much, because we don't know. Yeah, what, Queen? What'd you say?
Nothing. Duke's over here shaking and just being a goddamn little shit. I don't know. Just being all loud and just, you know what I mean? Obnoxious. And I got this mic undone, so I'm.
Well, Duke's being
You're
Duke.
Okay.
Duke's being
I'm
Duke.
not hearing much.
Duke seems to be like the most true crime enthusiast.
No, he's like a fucking little kid. He just irritates the shit out of me sometimes, and he, you know what I mean, fucks with me when he knows I'm busy. So we have a love-hate relationship. I swear we do.
I think he just wants to sit by you to try to listen to the live stream. He's like hearing all these voices, and he's like, "Ooh, this is interesting." Maybe he's like a true crime enthusiast dog. Queen's completely silent. She didn't.
No, I think he's just, you know, like a little spoiled, rotten shit that wants my attention, and I'm not trying to give it to him right now. I'm busy doing this. So
yeah, listen, Duke. How do you think we pay for the kibbles and bits?
Yeah, they're all like 2-year-olds. I swear.
Aren't they? I was going to say, can I get backed up here? I mean, you know how they are. You know how.
Yep.
You got some spoiled, rotten ones too.
They're toddlers on 4 legs. I swear.
But I don't know if there's anything else to. Is there any other new stuff with this case, or you want to jump to something else that you want to talk about, Queen?
Well, there's all kinds of stuff we can talk about. But there's still stuff in this one. But well, what do you guys? Okay, so here with this, let's see with our poll here. Do you think Jordan should be held responsible for the death of his 3 friends? We have 41% says yes, and 59% says no. So that's kind of like a half and half, kind of. You know what I mean? Close enough.
Yeah,
to
I think that's where we sit. We're just divided as to right now, kind of where everyone sits, and that's where once we get more information, we can kind of place a little bit more blame, or kind of present it differently. But right now, with what we have, that's just my opinion.
My opinion is I'm not sure. I don't know if he's going to be prosecuted or not. I have no clue. I'm not working off a lot of data, and I don't know if there's not enough to basically
I think it depends on what they find in the phones and what goes on in the investigation. If he's the one that got the drugs and provided the drugs and shit, then I think he's going to have a hell of a time. Why did he hire a lawyer if they didn't read him his rights and tell him there's potential charges coming? Why hire a lawyer then?
Oh, there's a dead body in my backyard. I'm getting a lawyer.
Yeah, I'm getting a lawyer too, Queen. I'd be like, I need a lawyer.
Unless I'm getting charged. No, I'm not. I mean, there's no reason for me to pay. No, most people can't just pay for a lawyer unless they're going to be charged with something. You know what I'm saying?
That's
a lawyer on retainer, you know?
I would immediately probably contact a lawyer because, they're going to interview you. These people are going to interview you. And most likely the best case scenario is if you're going to be interviewed, the best thing to do is have an attorney present during an interview. And then basically.
And it's exactly that. I tell my kids, ex-law enforcement, I tell all of my kids, if you come into contact with the police and they start lawyer up immediately, because it's just like social media. You can take what I'm saying one way and Tim can see a completely different thing. The police do the same. And if they find that narrative that they want to follow, the most innocent thing I say could be turned into I killed them.
Remember that American Nightmare episode when the guy came up and he was like trying to tell him the story about how he was tied up and his girlfriend was kidnapped, and they immediately thought he killed his girlfriend, and they were planning on charging him.
Exactly. Get a lawyer.
Yes, you absolutely want a lawyer. But I mean, not unless you're going to be. I mean, he came out, and I don't think did they even take him down there? Did they take him downtown to the?
Yes, I think. Well, they drove away with him. I remember.
And at that point, you can't really. And if they put handcuffs on you and they drove around, you're not.
Let's see that video. It does. I mean, it shows him standing out there, but it doesn't. It's not clear enough to see if they put handcuffs on him or not.
Yeah,
we're just going off what the neighbor thought he seen. You know?
But let's say we go off of rumor, and he was handcuffed and drove away. Yeah, at that time you should get a lawyer because you're not detained; you're arrested.
Right. That's what I mean. I mean, he came out with his boxers and shit. But I mean, if they start taking you downtown and do question you, of course you want to get an attorney. You want to protect yourself. But
when I think just the fact that there are dead bodies in your backyard, you want a lawyer up, regardless if they charge you or not, or if they ask you questions. You just want that protection because anything can go wrong. We're talking about 3 people who have passed away in your backyard.
Yeah, yeah, that's a serious. So here we go. There's okay, so we done with this. You guys already move on with to a different case, or you want to keep talking about this one?
I'm not sure there's much more unless something came out today. There's not much more we actually know about it.
Right. I mean, that's, they're saying that this toxicology is the first step in their death investigation. So.
And it absolutely is. Like, you need to know how they died before you start investigating their deaths.
Yeah, I think this is the Cuomo or whatever from last night. But like I said, there's still been no presser. I mean, I would like for the police to come out and say something. That would be to make an official statement.
Yeah, but this is kind of like Idaho for like, no matter what you put out there, if you're still waiting on results, everybody's gonna twist and turn whatever it is. So it's just best to wait for official results and put it on the record.
Right.
So there's no twisting of words.
This was, I think, 14 hours ago. So this is Cuomo talking to another, whoever this is. But here we go.
A lot of you have dismissed these young men's deaths by saying, well, if they're junkies, listen, they're not junkies, okay? Were they using drugs? Apparently, yes. Doesn't make you a junkie. And here's my concern, and this is why I've been hinting at this in the reporting. It takes such a small amount of fentanyl to kill you. It is easily added to cocaine, okay? And it is used to boost cocaine. And it may be happening in Kansas City. So if this batch wasn't tailor-made for these gentlemen by some, corrupt chemist, the way suggested by that one family member, well, how many people are at risk of this product on the streets? Let's bring in the attorney for the family of Clayton McGeeney, Tony Kagay. Thank you very much for being here. Tony, how do I say your name right?
Kagay, Chris.
Kagay. Thank you very much, Counselor. Appreciate it. What is your take on these findings? What are the next steps that the family want to see?
So, I think it's important to note that at this point, no official toxicology report has been released.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad he said it finally. Shit. I want people to, keep that in mind, man. No official statement has been released yet.
And my understanding is that there have been informal communications from KCPD to some of the family members. I've not personally had the opportunity to review any of the reports, so I can't really speculate on that. What I can say is that this is just the first step.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that anyone familiar with this situation or this investigation thought that there wasn't something else in play here. And I think that the toxicology report is going to be the first step on many steps in the investigation as to who is responsible for these men's tragic deaths.
Look, the families have been saying to us from the beginning, somebody did this to them. Did the guys party? Yes. Did they play with drugs recreationally? Probably. But when they heard about fentanyl being in play in this reported toxicology, what impact did that have in your experience?
So, again, I can only speak for Clayton's mother, Nancy, and his fiancee, April. And again, I've not had the opportunity to review the reports. I don't know that anyone has. I think, again, it's just been a phone call from law enforcement. But
so, yeah, that's kind of the same thing we've been saying too, really.
If fentanyl was involved, which I don't know
right.
at this point, then obviously, I mean, what you were saying prior to me coming on is clearly accurate, that it's a scourge and it turns recreational drug use into a lethal situation.
Yeah, and that's if you know. That's if you know. If you don't know, then you're in a different area of criminality, obviously, potential criminality, and of implications. Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com, newsnationnow.com, and you can find News Nation on your television provider. And
do you know that about News Nation, guys? Make sure to newsnation.com, newsnation.com, newsnation.com. By the way, Mr. Cuomo, I love the fear mongering he did in the beginning. We just don't know how many other people can be affected by this. It's like, okay, bro.
I've never one time heard anyone refer to them as junkies, not once.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's has.
Well, just now when he said it.
Yeah, I just think, what did you think of the fear mongering? It's like, we don't know about the bad chemists and the stuff being all over the place. Like, he's acting like this fucking, it's going to be like a poison that's just going to be spread around the city and it's just going to kill tons and tons of people unknowingly by this evil chemist in his lab. He's acting like he's a fucking, he's like there's some sort of super villain out there cooking up in a fucking back lab and there needs to be like a Batman to deal with him. It's like, can you just wait and wait a little bit before you start saying this? Like, okay, bro. Oh my god. Hi everyone. Oh my god, Chris Cuomo, where is your brother? I don't know where his brother is at. We don't know. We will find out. That's true though. No matter where it came from, Bad Batch can take out a couple of dozen people. Yeah, but he doesn't even know yet. Like, the official report, I don't know if the official report's been released yet. Like, I haven't read it. And you know where the autopsy report?
Okay, so I got one right here, and it's really, I'm going to put up a trigger warning because it's pretty bad. So it does involve RAPE. So if that's something you don't want to deal with or hear or talk about right now, I'm going to give you a little bit of time to take off, or pop out of the room for a minute.
Oh, okay. So this is another case, obviously. Okay.
Yeah, it's on long crime.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, just in case there's anybody here that doesn't want to hear about it, listen to it, see it, anything like that, I want to give you a chance to skedaddle.
Okay.
Hey, Brianna.
Hi, Brianna.
Stupid phone. Hi, B-Tim.
Hello.
It's Brianna's birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I got so mad. Phone rings. It kicks me right off. It makes me so mad.
Oh, shoot. What should get his computer?
Well, I'm technically off work today, but I have work to do.
I see. You don't want them to track you down.
Right. But I've been because it's my birthday and I'm technically off today, I've been kind of indulging in party favors already, so I don't know that my reports would make much sense if I wrote them.
Party favors. We don't.
Got the devil's lettuce ready to roll, baby.
We condemn all usage of the devil's lettuce around here.
I have fibromyalgia, and it's the only reason I'm not on like massive amounts of painkiller. But I had a thought right as the phone was ringing, because you were talking, B-Tim, about investigations and things like that. I am an insurance adjuster, right? I'm a claims adjuster. I am an investigator. So when I come into situations like this, my insured is always right when I start. And if I find suspicious things as I go, I never tell them that to their face. But if I expose fraud, then they don't get any money. So you have to let the process play out. If Jordan did something wrong, he'll be punished for it. But if he didn't, then the investigation will bear that out. So that, I think, is why I look at stuff the way I do. The accused in my eyes is always my insured. They're always innocent until I prove they're not. because that's what I do for a living.
I get you.
Real fraud. Real fraud. I don't have Excels full of fake fraud. I have actual, like, criminal cases have been filed because of stuff I have exposed.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. It's actually kind of fun. I love my job.
Cool. I guess we're getting into the next subject. Don't know what the subject is, though.
Yes.
Queen's probably waiting for the people to just skedaddle if they have an issue with the case, the next case we're going to be talking about.
Thank you, Leela.
But anywho, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I just wanted to give Brianna time to, say what she wanted to say and chit chat and, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Nicole, thank you for becoming a new member. Down the rabbit hole became a new member. Thank you, love. Nicole said, happy birthday. It's my daughter's birthday also. Happy birthday to your daughter, Nicole. And wishful thinking dropped a $2 super sticker. I think it was a tragic situation. I think you're right, baby. All the way around. Very tragic.
Is my volume back to better now?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. All right. Well, Ben Dreamin said it went back up when I came back. So I wanted to make sure I got it back down. I don't want to scream over everybody.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I was going to say, it seems like seems okay to me. Are you okay with Ben Dreamin? Is it back to normal?
Oh, no. Yeah. No, it's fine. She adjusted it and then she got that call. So I think it reset because when she came back in, she was louder than anyone else. So
and I can move the mic away too.
Oh no, you're fine now.
Okay, all right. I just don't want to scream over anybody.
Let you know.
Okay, what's the next subject, Queen? Where are we going?
Ready? Okay. Well, this is actually fucking terrible, but I feel like the mom is a fucking base. Like she, you know what I'm saying? She's one of the moms that I want to be like, you're the real fucking MVP. And you know what I mean? I'm glad she didn't fire off a round because I think I probably would have fired off a fucking round right in. I don't even know, man. Here we go. Y'all ready for this? I don't think y'all. I wasn't. So, anyways, here's this scumbag piece of mom holds HIV positive husband at gunpoint when she finds him raping her 12-year-old. I thought they said she was 14, but 12. At 12 years old, she walked in and caught him on top of her 12-year-old and held him at gunpoint until the police got there.
Well, she's got self-restraint because
Then they said, come to find out, it had been going on, and then he's a coach for the team. He's a fucking like oh my god, here.
Oklahoma youth baseball coach is under arrest after a woman says she caught him in the act of sexually assaulting her daughter in her own home. We're digging into this wild case with renowned predator catcher Chris Hansen. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, we want to warn you that what we are about to talk about is extremely disturbing. I can't emphasize that enough, but with that warning, here we go. A man is accused of raping his own stepdaughter, and the abuse allegedly started when she was 11. Earlier this month, 39-year-old Donovan Scott Shepard, a coach for the youth baseball team Oklahoma Aftermath, was out at a bar.
A fucking youth coach.
That's pretty bad. That's fucking terrible.
It's disgusting.
And he's been doing this to his stepdaughter for a year. And he is HIV positive.
I was going to say, and the fact that he's HIV positive.
He's trying to kill her.
Yeah, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're giving her a life sentence. What do you mean? What the fuck are you doing?
And that's where I agree with you, Brianna. Like, I agree. Anyone with HIV, if you're purposely sleeping around, attempted murder.
With a child, child.
Who was the serial rapist that was HIV positive, and he got that was an extenuating circumstance. It was a special circumstance.
Women because he was mad. Yeah, yes, I remember.
I remember that. Who was that?
Yeah, that was like a decade ago, wasn't it? Maybe.
Yeah,
more?
He was deliberately doing it. He was just sleeping with a bunch of women, he was infecting a bunch of women.
Yep, and every woman that came forward
Yes.
He got an extra charge. Yep.
This right
I'm
here
shaking.
just blows me. It
I'd have killed
made
him.
me sick to my stomach when I fucking see. I'm like, this is not. I don't know how Mama had restraint because I think I'd have probably just let that.
That's what I was saying.
You know what
She
I'm
had
saying?
self-restraint. It would have gone way too far.
And then
We
it
would have
takes
had
you back
another
to if
death
he did this to
investigation.
her, and then you find out ain't the first time. And if he did this to his stepdaughter, what did he do to the little youth kids that were in his fucking,
I don't even want to think about it. Oh my God.
It's got to be special circumstances. It's got to be capital.
Got into a fight. According to police, his wife came to pick him up.
So they were at the bar, right? So he's at the bar. He gets into a fight at the bar. His wife comes to pick him up. And here we go.
Took him home to Oklahoma City. And according to an affidavit, the woman went to bed, but Shepard didn't. She went looking for him, entered her daughter's bedroom, and that is when she told police she saw him raping her 12-year-old daughter.
Oh,
Again,
my fucking God, dude. I swear to God. Woo. I don't think I'd have been able to. Lord help his motherfucking soul, baby.
Yep, and she had him at gunpoint. That restraint.
I swear to God.
Oh my God, that poor baby. She hadn't told her mom yet.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And this had been happening. And her mom had no idea. Oh my God. Like, it made me fucking sick. Because, she had been keeping this from her mama.
Oh my God. Like, I
got nothing.
Cry.
I was so fucking, oh my God, I was fucking. Ugh.
She saved her.
Yep.
She had no idea, and she saved her life.
Held Shepard up at gunpoint until the police got there. Believe that. And to make this even more horrifying, when Shepard was arrested, police say both Shepard and his wife told them that Shepard was HIV positive. When police later interviewed this young girl, she told them that Shepard raped her and that this wasn't the first time this had happened. No, she told authorities she was attacked 6 times, starting when she was 11, and claims that he even assaulted her on her 12th birthday. Shepard is facing a huge list of felony charges, 4 counts of rape, 2 counts of lewd molestation, 1 count of pattern of criminal offenses, and 1 count of exposing others to AIDS. By last look, he's being held on a $500,000 bond, and now we're going to talk about it. Let me bring in renowned journalist, predator catcher, Chris Hansen, host of Takedown.
Oh my fucking God.
Right at the very end. There's the special circumstance right at the very end.
Yeah. Yeah. So they did fucking give him a charge for that.
I'm going to throw up.
Sick son of a bitch, man.
Oh, well.
I said, she had a hell of a lot more restraint than we did. Then Chris Hansen comes on and does his little spiel thing or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But he was talking about, though. Listen to this, though. I do want to bring this up now. Listen, what down to the wire down here when they start talking. He says one of the biggest things are that, kids get scared and they don't think they can tell their parents, or they're going to get in trouble, or they're going to get their internet taken away. It's one of the biggest things. And I thought this was interesting because we're always on here. You know what I mean? We talk shit with each other on YouTube or whatever, but our kids are in an ever changing world. You know what I mean? And they're exposed to so much more, most of the kids that they talk to, said that they would be scared to tell their parents, so they didn't, if somebody approached them on the internet or came at them like, what's your number, where do you live, that kind of thing, that they would be scared to tell their parents because they don't want the internet taken from them. We're talking like 11, 12, 13-year-old kids.
They have no idea what to do. They've been told that the strangers are the ones to be afraid of, not their coaches, not their stepdad.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing too. I thought, oh my God, now these, how many kids, how many kids has he been exposed to, and it just.
And even, they may not even realize that what happened. It may have been subtle. It may have been a touch, a hand that lingered too long in a certain place. He may have made it look accidental. They may not even know it happened.
Leading up to, all of those little touches and little brush bys that happen all before anything else. It's disgusting.
Yes, and you know what I mean. The mama had to have so much restraint because I don't think I would have been able to
That's what I'm
see that
saying.
happen to my child. I just don't think that.
She's a fucking hero because I wouldn't. There wouldn't be a case. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't give a damn what Chris Hansen says. I want to hear the mom. I want to hear her perspective of holding that gun in her hand while getting her daughter dressed and up and holding her and comforting her while holding that monster at bay. That's who I want to hear from. I don't give a damn what Chris Hansen thinks.
I don't know. You know what? I didn't even get to play it all to see if she even comes on, to be honest. I think it's just Chris Hansen and then him here will.
Where a mother is selling her daughter for sex. These fantasies played out on porn sites, you then see in real life. We just finished a sting, Jesse, this past week in Alabama. And we use this scenario in other states as well. It's not, exclusive to Alabama, where a mother is selling her daughter for sex. And it is consistently something that predators will want to engage in. And we had a case just last Thursday night. A man showed up after negotiating with someone posing as a child's mother to meet and have sex with a teenager. We've also seen it on the other side, where a guy traveled from Indiana to Ohio to meet with sheriff's department decoys posing as a father and daughter to have sex with a 13-year-old girl. So there is this fantasy in the porn culture out there. And I think when these guys who are predisposed to this activity anyway get all caught up in the porn part of it, suddenly watching it doesn't fulfill their fantasy. And they cross this line, Jesse, between fantasy and reality. And that's when they show up at our door, or in this case, they commit this horrific crime.
That's a really good point. I didn't even think about that. I always assumed, and maybe it was the wrong way to assume, and we still don't know the more details about this. He is innocent until proven guilty. But the thing is, I have always been curious to whether or not you have people who get into relationships with somebody in order to target the minor that's in that household.
Well, I think
that's another thing too. Stay diligent. You know what I mean? You got to stay diligent with that when you have daughters.
Protect our kids.
Yeah, for sure. I just seen
Chris Hansen saying doing things
Why
where
was-
mothers are using their kids.
Why was Chris Hansen talking about mothers selling their kids to?
They
these
just
predators?
did a seeding operation or whatever.
Yeah, but why bring that up in this particular scenario?
Because he's talking about the whole porn thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
It all revolves around the P.
Yeah, I just think it was weird.
children.
I just thought it was.
Disgusting.
I thought it was just weird that he brought that up like that in this particular scenario where
I think he
it
was just
wasn't.
referring to the whole porn culture.
Yeah, well,
You know what though? Child predators existed. The porn has always existed. Child predators have always existed. Blaming it on porn is crap.
Yep.
Blaming anything on porn is crap. They exist because their mind is screwed up.
It's the same thing as blaming school shooters for video games. No.
Saying that Two Life Crew was responsible for gang violence in the 80s. It's nonsense.
But yeah, people have to
they
have
exist.
something to blame.
Yes.
yeah, I just thought it was weird, and I just think it's a weird situation to bring up that when clearly the mother was not aware of the situation, and the mother was actually holding the individual by gunpoint and defending her daughter, and you're bringing that scenario up. A little odd.
I can see your point, Tim. Yeah, in this story, why would you flip the script?
Yeah, it just seems so out of the thing.
I see that.
Chris Hansen always has some agenda to push BTM. Yeah, I know. I looked into Chris Hansen. He's a fucking hack. He's definitely a hack. That's just my opinion of the man.
There's a reason his show was taken off the air.
Well, that's because he was working. He basically, effective police procedure when they should have, like, because like he wanted for it to be sensationalized with the last guy who was a DA, and instead of just waiting for him to go to work where he didn't have a gun and just catching him there like a normal person, they decided to do it at his house and sensationalize it, and the guy got unalived himself.
He was responsible for a man essing. That's why his show is off the air.
Yeah, I mean, and then it turned out a lot of his people that were caught during that show got, released, a lot of them, because of the situation, because a lot of people believe that it was like collusion between him and the show and what they were doing. And it's just really just stupid. Very, very stupid. And the guy had issues on YouTube. He's just a full-on mess. I mean, right now he's like with this show, but he's working with these cops. I think Blue something, I forgot. So he's doing basically the same thing that he did in Chris Hansen, The Hunt the Predator, and he's sensationalizing it, and he's capitalizing on it. And to me, I never respected that.
Yeah, he's just doing it on a new platform.
But yeah,
I don't think anybody's arguing, Leela. I mean, if some people, Chris Hansen has done good things. There are some things he did that was good work, but once he got big, he got sucked into that sensationalist side that brings the views and brings the people and brings the money. We're watching it happen with people that a lot of us sitting here right now used to respect. We're watching them fall into the same trap.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's my opinion on this situation. But I just thought it was a weird situation. I think it was very good of that mother to, hold this guy at gunpoint. And I think she did a great thing. And it's a tough situation she's in, because this stuff doesn't go away.
Yeah, and at the center of all this is a 12-year-old girl who now needs her mom to hold her up while she puts her life back together. This is not going to define her. She's going to survive it. She's going to put it down, and she's going to walk away, and she's going to be fine.
This could be it is a lifelong situation. And I think anyone who does this to a child, it affects them for the rest of their lives. It should affect you for the rest of your life. I'm sorry. I just don't play when it comes to kids.
Well, you know how they have like those stories where you hear about the ones that they had, they put them in a cell with a guy, and they usually don't make it out. That's usually kind of like what happens in there. People like this have to pay for what they do. You know what I mean? To little kids. And normally they don't just let that shit ride out in prison.
I know. And the thing that sucks nowadays, Queen, is anyone who's in and out of the justice system knows that most of these people, these P words, are secluded from Gen Pop now because they know they're a target. So you literally have a whole section of child Ps out there who are basically living amongst others just like them. Oh my gosh, it's disgusting. But I understand it. It's disgusting.
Leela just reminded me of the saying that I was trying to think of a while ago. Correlation does not equal causation. Just because two things exist parallel to each other does not mean they're related to each other or they caused each other. Lock him up and throw away the key. I mean, she caught him in the act. I'll give him innocent until proven guilty, but he's guilty as hell.
Well, I think they should just toss him into a fucking volcano, but that's just my opinion.
Brianna, and this is where you can see both sides of it. The other case, we're talking about innocent until proven guilty, but when it comes to our kids, I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Our family just dealt with this a year ago. My sister-in-law's brother-in-law and his stepdaughter, who was 12 at the time. And trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. He did not survive his first 48 hours in jail, and I really didn't give a crap. And I am a terrible person because of it. And I know that, but I didn't care that he didn't survive.
Yeah, not everyone has feelings. Like somebody.
Well, you know what? Sometimes I said, it is what it is, baby. It is what it is. Sometimes they get what they have coming. Karma's a motherfucker, huh?
And you have your feelings. You can't
cry for a
move through life
motherfucker. You
based
have
on
respect for her
others.
love. You know, you can't feel bad for a motherfucker. You can't respect her. You ain't got respect for her. You can't love her. You don't fuck with her. Fuck that.
Yes.
I agree with that fucking wholeheartedly. You know what I mean? So anyhow, leading out of this and into Scientology, have you guys heard about what's going on over there?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
They need to leave Rabbit the hell alone.
Oh fuck, they're fucking with her hardcore, aren't they?
I
heard they were messing with her hardcore. I'm
Really?
serious. I heard they were tinkering with her, messing with her quite a bit now because she's been covering it. She met with a family.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so
They've called her specifically a spoke hole. Mark Headley called her a spoke hole. I don't even know what the hell that is.
What's a spoke hole?
Exactly.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I am so sorry if you guys hear noise in the background. Queen, I'm gonna have to drop down now. It's
all right, baby.
Chaotic here. But
yeah,
thank
no
you
biggie.
for having me up, and I'll be in the chat.
All right, love. Thank you for coming up, hanging out.
Bye, babe.
Bye, Ben.
Bye. That's it.
I think I've decided I'm just going to spend my whole birthday up here. Is that cool?
Yeah, come on. Yeah, you're good.
I love you guys.
It's not cool. It's terrible.
Come
I love you, Tim.
Okay, here we go with this one. Look, here's this Scientology attacks the Squirrel Squad.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I did it wrong. Hold on, guys. Here's the intro.
Let's
The members.
past this. Let's find
Chris without a Hellcat.
I want to find.
But if you're a relative,
okay, let me find the spot where they attack, where they get going. But there's one where this guy starts barking at this. He's walking down the road and he barks at him, and this guy comes running at him and tries to attack him. It is. Oh my god, it is really funny, actually.
You mean like bark?
Yes. I'm gonna play it for you. I'm gonna have to play it for you to understand. All right, here it is. So he's standing out here, like doing his thing, right? Doing this Scientology thing. His name's DOA. His link is DOA. It's like his page is DOA. Let's see here. Let's see what his channel is. It says DOA. That's it. You know what I mean? That's all. It says it right there. DOA. You see it down there?
Yep. Him and Streets are the best.
Yes. So, okay, here we go. So he's standing out here. You know how they go out every day and they do their Scientology thing, right? They go out there and they protest and all that.
Bike patrol, saving the world.
Okay, so long story short, he's going out there, he's patrolling and stuff and whatever, doing his thing, or protesting, not patrolling. They're patrolling. So anyhow, let me get over here to this guy. So he comes across this guy. He's standing out here doing his thing, right? So here he comes across this guy walking down the street with his dog. Ready for this? Look, I need a good laugh. Here we go.
He'll scare them away with one bar. I don't want fun, you're a kid. I don't want a parent. I don't.
He acts like he's going to tie the dog to the tree, right?
So weird.
Bowl of fish. You can't take a goldfish for a walk. How much is that doggy in the window? Oh, what does the wireless say? How much is that dog?
All right, y'all.
What the hell?
He barks at him like 5 or 6 times and he fucking gets pissed, you guys. Look how triggered he gets. Ready?
Hey! fucking psycho.
And digging from the ground, his paws are full of onions. He's a pretty little poodle dog. Got a face just like a frog. Oh, my pretty little poodle, doodle, 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 pretty little poodle.
All right, watch him go running with his dog.
Got a face just like a frog. Oh, pretty little poodle, doodle, 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 pretty little poodle dog. He fell in
All right, now get ready because he ain't done yet.
All bark.
Now look, he only did it just to be annoying at first, but then the guy ran at him and got pissed, so he started doing it again and again just to irritate him. So then he takes off running at him. Watch when he goes around the corner, he comes flying back around.
It's just fucking weird.
Even with my headphones turned almost all the way down, Kiwi is still looking for the dog.
Jesus Christ.
Here he comes running. Look at him.
Get back, psycho. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back.
Oh my God.
Get back. You fucking psycho.
I fucking can't.
Oh my God.
He comes running from around the fucking corner. This is the same guy that was out there yelling at the police for detaining the two younger kids. He's out there. Oh my God, this shit was so fucking funny to me. He got all the way around the corner and dude just came back and watch here. You guys we gotta play this again. Look at him. He's look at him. Ready?
Jesus Christ. Hey, get back. Get back, psycho. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. You fucking psycho. Jesus Christ.
Poodle?
You're unhinged. You're unhinged. You're a psychopath. Get back, dude. Get back. Get back with your little killer dog. Hey.
It's a freaking cockapoo.
Yeah, I was cracking up. I'm like, okay, now you didn't take it too far with the killer dog here.
Get back. He's got a weapon. Stop. Stop following me. I'm not following you. You're following me. Get back, dude.
Did you just see him try to hit him?
Oh my
Did you,
God.
right, the dog's getting drugged by the neck. Like the dog's like getting
Poor
drugged behind.
dog.
Did you just see
The
him try
dog
to
is
hit
smart
him?
as this.
Get
the
back
dog,
with your little killer dog.
Get back with your little killer dog. Look at the dog. The dog's like, gosh, man, come on. Fuck, I can't keep up.
Cockapoo
Oh
was
my
like,
God.
Dad, quit.
Right, he just swung on him. Did you just see him swing on him like that? Look at
Yeah.
him. Here he goes again. He got a belt. What did he grab from his pants? He's got something in his hand. What the fuck is that? He grabbed something from his belt loop. Look.
He's gonna like whip him with his belt or something.
Yeah, look. No, he grabs it. Look at him, and it's got it in his hand. Look at it.
Oh shit.
It looks like a little fucking, it almost looks like a crowbar.
Oh, Queen, you might have someone in the back.
There ain't nobody back here.
You see in the back chat?
There was, yeah. There,
Okay.
That's
Just
popped
one.
up, back down. But I don't know.
Is that a literal? Is that a poop bag in his hand?
I don't know about that, but I know he grabs like a bar, like a crowbar or something. He grabs something from around his waist and goes, he tries to hit him with it. Look, watch what he does with it. He fucking grabs something from around his waist and then he swings it at this that DOA. Yeah, look at him. Boom, he grabs it. Now look in his hand. Look in his hand. You see it?
Yep. It's a tire iron.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Why the hell would he have that around his pants, though? He grabbed that from around his fucking pants. Yeah, I wonder what the hell that fucking thing is.
It looks like a little tire iron.
Or is like just like a yeah, it looks I don't know if it's a tire or it looks like some sort of like plastic thing. I don't know. I have no idea. It's weird. Is this guy like is this dog walker like a Scientologist or is it just a whack job?
Yes, no, he's a Scientologist. All right, there it is right there in front of his shirt. You see it? He's got it up by his shirt. He's getting ready to swing it on him. I wonder what the hell that is.
Oh, you know what I think that is? That's like
He did say he had a weapon. It looks like a tire iron. It does. Yeah.
You know what it kind of reminds me of? Like, you know the old police things where it's like that wrapped leather, but at the end it's like lead?
Yes, yes.
That's what it's kind of reminding me of a little bit because how it just bends. So it's like
Not necessarily, not a tire iron, but like a tire thumper.
Yeah, like some sort of piece of cloth that's wrapped with something at the end or some sort of leather. And you could fuck someone up with that shit, man. You
Yeah.
really could.
Yeah,
That poor cockapoo.
What if he would have clipped his ass with that? You know what I mean? He swings on
Well, then
him
the
with
cops would have arrested him while he was in the hospital and said he was.
He swings on him with it, whatever the hell that is. He swung on him with it.
And the cops would have said that he's a stalker. They're called monkey paws. Thank you.
Isn't there a duty to retreat in California?
Oh, here he goes again, trying to swing on him again. Oh my god.
See, what you got to do with people like that is like the guy leaves his entire front open, and you just have to give him one good kick in the balls, and he's done. Front kick right in the balls.
He has now pursued DOA for a half a block from where they started.
And he's still swinging this fucking crowbar looking thing on him. He's swung on him 2 or 3 times now. Here he goes again. Look at that thing in his hand. I want to know what the fuck that thing is.
It's probably like a little bit of like. You see how it's like swinging a little bit? Yeah, it's like, you know. And he puts it back in his pocket. Yeah, that's a weapon.
Who was it said? Somebody said it was like a leather whip.
You know the stupidest thing about this guy is?
Motherfucker, fat fuck. Get back! Get back! Get back!
Like, bro, you have a mask and you don't wear it while you're being filmed. That is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Because you're an idiot. Because you're going to get a beating. A bad beating. I'm going to tell you that. Yeah, that's right.
That car just reminded me they're doing this in the middle of the street.
Oh shit. Here we go. This is that DOA here. Here we go.
Crazy about his lemon pie.
Who could hate this face?
He said, you fat, what did he say? You fat fuck, I hate you or something? Hold on.
I'm so precious.
From the ground, his paws full of bunches. He's my pretty little poodle dog. Got a face just like a frog. Oh, my pretty little poodle doo. Pretty little poodle dog. He's my pretty little poodle dog.
God bless you.
Got a face just like a frog.
I said, God bless you.
Go after somebody for saying God bless your little heart.
You're scaring your dog.
That poor dog just wants to go home.
My little poodle would start to bark. The rooster would spring his crowing. And the way these two.
He goes on. This has been going on like a whole damn hour.
Well, Scientology definitely went downgraded on things. Before they had a guy who was like a veteran, a big guy with a pit bull or something like that. And now they got a fat guy with a fucking, what is it, a poodle?
I think it's a cockapoo.
A cockapoodle now patrolling? It just seems like a downgrade at this point.
It's a downgrade from a Roddy.
Yeah, definitely a downgrade from a Roddy. They got a fat guy who's dumb enough that he doesn't want to be filmed, but he doesn't put the mask on his face. So he just like reveals his entire face like an idiot while he's attempting an assault like a moron. I mean, way to self-snitch, bro. Way to self-snitch.
Somebody send this to Bruce Rivers.
He is an idiot. This guy is a moron. Well, Scientology claims Tom Cruise, so yeah, I wouldn't want to. I mean, like that guy has went downhill. Pitbull to Havanas. Okay, yeah. Jeez Louise. That
I
poor
don't
dog.
understand why people like. Well, maybe I do. It just seems like crazy people with dogs like to hang out around Scientology buildings.
Maybe.
Winky dinky.
It's weird. It's definitely weird. I don't get it. Why do they paint all their buildings blue?
Aaron was saying the other night that they've been covering the windows and like abandoning a lot of buildings. And then Rabbit went and drove by one, and the building itself looked deserted, but the parking lot was full. And that just feels really weird.
Yeah.
That's like Heaven's Gate level weirdness.
Well, I mean, I think the whole belief system is kind of fucking wackadoo. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't get it how they get tax exemptions. That's their only blue building in LA. Oh, okay. Because I noticed they did. Like, I'm like, why does this feel like some sort of like we're like in a video game? We're in like a fucking post-apocalyptic world, and this zombie is attacking this man with a tool. Like, what the fuck's going on here? It's like a gray, and that's a shadow. Looks like it's gray. Could be the shadow making it look blue. Yeah, could be a gray. I don't know. They do buy buildings and leave them empty. Yeah, that's really a great way. The government did a fantastic job in allowing them to be a religious organization to be tax exempt. Fantastic job by the federal government because they couldn't handle lawsuits. Great job, guys. Great job. You know, clearly that was the smartest move our federal government has ever done in our entire existence. Beaton's the shadow, they're gray. Okay, well, I'll take your word for it. It looked blue to me.
They're also kind of either losing some of their influence or they're willingly giving it up because Danny Masterson is not in protective custody. He's like in Gen Pop with gang members. I don't think Danny Masterson is safe. So it's like Scientology has zero influence over protecting their members in prison anymore. And that's weird. Because they've had members go to jail before and they were always in isolation, and Danny's not. It's not Gen Pop particular, but he's not in like the hospital ward like he was when he was in county. He's somewhere where he is with other inmates.
Yeah, well, I mean, fuck that guy. I hope he goes to General Pop. I don't think they have Scientology where he's going. Fucking piece of shit. Rest assured, they don't do anything without a reason, IMO. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know why they have like dogs patrolling the properties. Poodles or whatever that fucking dog is. I don't know.
Well, and then one of the things that I don't know if it was Mike Render or Mark Hadley, but one of them said something about with the debunkers and the anti-Scientology in the discussion of Rabbit, said something about what's next, lizard people. Dude, what is Xenu? He's a lizard alien.
I don't know. Could be.
You spent your entire life believing that God was a lizard alien, and you're saying what's next from Rabbit? Is lizard people?
I mean, they also believe in somehow, like, I think Thetans, basically, they believe that humans are like fallen Thetans, and that if they use the e-reader to go to their basic memory, it wipes out, and they can figure out why they fell, that they can become Thetans again. They also believe there's like dying Thetans on people, and they might believe that you might be in the mind of a Thetan. And it's like this belief that once you achieve, like, you go all the way back to the beginning and figure out where you fell with your e-reader, your last latent memory from your previous life, then you become like a Thetan again. You get your powers back, and you basically can reality manipulate. And that's why they don't believe in God. They believe like everyone's like a fallen Thetan or something like that. So that's my understanding. And I guess this Emu guy or Inu, whatever the alien emperor guy is, which they never really tell you if he's still alive or not. Oh, BTM, will Queen be? I'm backstage. Queen. Cappy's backstage.
She's gone now. Come
She
on,
just
come
typed
back
in the
up.
chat. Come on,
Pop back
Queen.
up. Let's go.
I just seen it
Um,
like
the
I'm looking up this
Thetan
other video to
thing and achieving clear. Tom Cruise is supposed to be clear level 8, and at some point you're supposed to get so clear of the Thetans that you stop aging and actually reverse it. But I'll tell you, the latest
yeah, it's
picture I've
not.
seen of him, he's failing.
Yeah, but question is, no one really answers the question: is the Emperor whatever that evil alien emperor that killed all those other aliens, is he still alive? Or because I don't know, because I've never seen anyone actually explain that. Or is he like dead now, and they're like their empire is like gone by now? That's still a question I would like to ask a Scientologist person, because I'm not sure. They never really highlighted if he's like still alive, the evil alien emperor, and we have to be worried about the evil emperor, or alien emperor that might come back and be like, "Yo, we're going to stop these fallen Thetans from coming back." I don't know.
I don't know that your average run-of-the-mill Scientologist could answer that question, because Aaron said the first time he heard of Xenu was after he got out.
Thetans, my understanding of Thetans are basically, someone asked what Thetans, my understanding of Thetans, like, I guess, like, what humans were, basically, like your spirit inside you, and like before you were brainwashed and you lost all your memories, you used to be like this godlike figure that had abilities, all these abilities and stuff. And that's why they do, like, my understanding is why they do the e-reader is because, like, the reader thing is because they want to find your most previous memory before you fell, like in your past life, and kind of figure where that out. And then basically, I guess,
what's up, Cap?
And then you basically gain your Thetan powers back, and that's my understanding. And they believe like people have dying Thetans on them. That's why they don't believe in children. They just believe that you've been brainwashed as to pretend that you're a child, and that's why they don't really believe you're a child. They believe everyone is like this spirit of Thetans that just been brainwashed, including babies.
So fucking weird.
Right, weird shit.
That's my
They raise their
understanding.
children.
I wanted to say something though, like Big Blue is the only blue building that I know of in LA, but there's a lot of buildings surrounding it that are attached to it, like down the block, but they're considered part of the building. You know what I mean? Like part of the main building. Like they didn't paint like the chateau, like the celebrity buildings, like brown and like beige tones and stuff. It's not blue. That's that's like a couple blocks like north of there on Franklin, and then there's another building on the boulevard that's like bricks, you know what I mean? But they're really all really cool old historical buildings, and like I feel like that's a part of like the draw. Like I don't know, it just like it's like symbolic like of importance or something, like history. Just I don't know, because a lot of people like old architecture. I do. I think it's really fucking neat. You know what I mean? And I think I don't know. I think it's part of the fucking their whole. I feel like that they put a lot of thought into everything they do and why they purchase things, and you know,
Also it's an investment. You know what I mean? It's
right.
like it's a growing investment. You know, real estate, grows in value in certain areas, especially in California. And also, I also wonder, like, do they don't? Because like, there's a lot of investments in the movie industry. So like, a lot of people don't realize the movie industry doesn't necessarily just go into their bank account and grab money. They usually go to investors and say, "Hey, would you like to invest in the next Mission Impossible 5, let's just say, or whatever? I don't know what they're up to." And they say, "Sure, we'll invest $10 million. We'll invest $100 million." And I wonder if like Scientology actually donates money investments for movies to push their propaganda around a little bit. You know what I mean?
Patricia asked who did the brainwashing, because it seems like a big job. Once upon a time, Mike Rinder and Claire Headley did it.
Oh, you're talking about the aliens. I think it was the Emperor alien guy that when he dumped them all into volcanoes, he scooped them up into like some sort of brainwashing facility, their souls, and kind of brainwashed them. But I don't know how that plays with the Thetan god abilities. To be honest with you, I'm kind of lost with that, because that's what the whole point of like doing the whole reader thing to figure out like your memory, that like that one memory that called you to fall, because they don't really believe there's evil Thetans, like there's evil. They believe like you're just like a fallen Thetan. You're like a fallen, like kind of like a fallen like angel or a fallen god-like being that fell. It's kind of like a belief in like Gnosticism, like they had like 4,000 years ago, 3,000, where like you have this evil god that rules the material realm, and that everyone is kind of like a fallen, and there's like this superior being above this material god, and you're trying to grab enlightenment so you can rise up and become the new god figure. It's kind of like that, I would say, a little bit of Scientology, but with more like payment plans. So you need to make the payment plans to figure out to gain your Thetan powers and become a god. So I guess you need a credit card to basically become god. I don't know. It's definitely science fiction. I'm just telling you my understanding of their belief. That's basic, my understanding of their belief. I know I'm lost. I don't know if maybe the fallen alien emperor, like the alien emperor guy, is a Thetan. That would be a question for a Scientologist. Is the alien emperor guy a Thetan? And is he dead?
I don't know, but like, you know that Isaac Hayes like quit South Park because of Scientology. Like,
yeah, the cook, like chef,
yeah.
Yeah, and then they got revenge on him and turned him into a pea guy.
Yeah, they fucking fucked him up. Well, because like he had like given them warning, like because they were buddies and shit, and he's like, you know, I'm not gonna do this if you're gonna make fun of Scientology. And they're like, well, we're Jewish and we make fun of Jewish people all the time, and we make fun of literally every religion and everybody. Like, we don't give anybody passes on the show. What makes you think like Scientology is gonna fly under the radar? And they ended up writing another episode with incorporating Scientology into it, and he quit. And they fucked him up, dude.
Yeah, if you don't know, Chef was like a big Scientology guy, and he didn't like that they told the origins of like, you know, the aliens and everything. So what happened is that in an episode they turned him into a guy who was like hunting children, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
But in another way, and that's how he became like a disfigured pea guy, and that's what they turned the chef guy just for that, just to fuck with his character and fuck with him in the show.
Patricia's right. Scientology started out as a way for L. Ron Hubbard to make a whole lot of money. And then it became
Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard.
Right.
Sounds like a diet plan.
Every Sunday morning in the 80s, during WWF, we had ads for Dianetics and we had ads for the Book of Mormon.
Yep.
Every Sunday morning in the 80s. So
I remember that.
Scientology was a real world incarnation of L. Ron Hubbard's books. It was a way for him to live out his stories in his head. They still have offices
As a little
for him.
girl, I don't know like if you're close to my age or not, but I was like a little girl in the 80s, and
I'm 51.
I just thought it was like in some encyclopedias made by a guy named L. Ron Hubbard, right? And so like I was like a teenager, and I used to go to Hollywood with my friends, and then I saw the street L. Ron Hubbard Way, and I was like, well, hey, like that's the guy that writes the books. And my one friend was like, yeah, it's Scientology. He's a Scientologist. Those books are about Scientology. And I'm just like, holy shit. Because I just thought he was some rando that made encyclopedias or some shit, dude. Like, I didn't pay much attention to the commercial.
No, great. Look, they put him up on the pedestals. Like they have like outfits set up and ready, bedrooms set up and ready for him when he comes back.
Exactly.
You know what I'm surprised of? I'm surprised of this. Like they're in Hollywood, like they're in like, you know, California.
But now
I'm surprised that they didn't wait. I just want
it's
to say
not
this.
even about L. Ron anymore. Now it's about David Miscavige
right
trying to make himself a god.
Yeah, but I just wonder, like, why hasn't anyone that
And
like,
hold on to the power that he stole that L. Ron didn't even
Can
want
you
him
guys
to
hear
have.
me? Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought I was cutting out. I'm just surprised they haven't got like a look-alike person that came around to pretend to be L. Ron Hubbard and just try to get into one of those bedrooms.
Oh my god. Can you imagine that though?
Oh, there's that guy. Who's got feedback? I'm gonna go on mute for a moment and see if it's me.
Yeah, it's gotta be you.
Yeah, it's not me. It's not me. I'm muted.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Well, it's gone now.
All right. But don't give them ideas, BTM.
You only muted. You didn't leave, but now it's gone.
Yeah, I muted.
Yeah, I know. But that's what I'm saying. You muted. You didn't leave, but now it's gone. I don't know what
I'm
happened.
good then. Then it's fixed. Maybe it was me. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's Evelyn.
Brianna dropped. That's maybe that's what happened. I don't know. Shit.
Yeah, I was having a feeling she couldn't. You go, Queen. I'm sorry.
No, she said, no, she put in the back, maybe it's me. And then she goes, yeah, it's me. And she dropped.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to interrupt Brianna. I was just wondering if she was like hearing me because she was like talking over me. I was like, what's going on? I was wondering if like anyone could hear me. That was the thing.
You didn't interrupt her. You were talking and I don't think she could hear you. I think she had a delay.
Yeah, I
don't think she was meaning to interrupt you either. Like,
yeah. And I was wondering if like I was like muted, so I was checking my mute. I was like, am I muted? Sometimes
Are we in a retrograde?
Yeah, we are.
Of course we are.
So Cappy, can we talk you into being our undercover to join Scientology?
I'm about to, right? Like, sounds like a good idea. I could totally afford it too, since they want money all the time. Like, I don't know though. I think that when you're broke, they kind of like they wait or something until, I don't know, you start making money. I don't know how the whole money thing works. Like,
well,
so
that or you've signed
do they let poor people join?
Yeah, if you sign the $1 billion servitude contract.
Oh my God. Fit and Curvy member for 8 months here. She said no plants in retrograde until April 1st. No planets in retrograde till April 1st. Ooh, good thing, but it feels like we're in one.
What's up? I thought someone jumped up. Oh, okay.
No, but it's just Cap. It's just the same ones. It's all the same. Me, you, Cap.
Yeah.
I think they're on the street behind the boulevard right there. I think.
Yeah, I think you could join. You just need to like really be a sailor enthusiast. Like pretend that you really want to go like on a boat and
sailor enthusiast.
Yeah, and basically say, "Hey, I love going on open seas, and I'm willing to sign this contract for 1 billion years of servitude to the Sea Org." And
oh my God, I get seasick like a motherfucker though. But I think their boat's big enough to where I won't get seasick because I don't get seasick on cruise ships, so I think I'm good.
Oh, no problem, Brianna. I thought I was not being heard. That's the thing. I was not sure. Oh, and let's see, Brianna sent 5. But yeah, I just think it's like I'm just so shocked that no one is dressed up like Albert Hubbard and just tried to fucking go in there.
I was gonna say the same thing. They said, "Don't give them any ideas." Holy shit! Can you imagine like what would happen to? Oh my God, that would be kind of scary. That would be fucking with their heads big time. Like some of them got to know that that's a fucking lie. Like some of the higher ups got to know that that's total bullshit.
Or someone gets like plastic surgery just to look like him and just be like, just goes there and just be like, listen, I've returned, I've arisen, I've come back from the planet Xenu.
Get impressions of his beat old fucking teeth and shit, and like get like fake teeth. Oh my God.
And then like learn a few like magic tricks, like kid magic tricks, so you can trick somebody else's powers. Like pulls a rabbit out of a hat in front of them, like, look, I've gained thinking powers, guys. I've come from beyond the grave.
I can't with you, fool.
He has like just like like one of those stage magicians to trick them all. Like I found a quarter behind your ear. And they like treat him like a Jesus figure or something like that. I'm just saying, I'm surprised they haven't done that yet, to be honest with you.
Brandon says here, I'm sorry, the stupid phone rang. I did not mean to talk over you. It's all good, girl. You didn't talk over him. Care Bear gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much for showing love, baby. I appreciate that. If you guys got one, make sure you tell her thank you.
I seen an episode. Did you see the episode where like the 2 YouTubers actually infiltrated Scientology or tried to, and they got caught?
Yeah, I seen a couple episodes of their stuff. Yeah. A couple of their videos. Yeah. All right, hold on. I want you to hear this.
Here's the building.
Listen to this lady.
Oh, here comes a lady. Let's see if she lets me in. There's no filming? I saw online that Ron Hubbard has an office here. Is that anything I can take a picture of? I'm a big fan. No. Sorry. Is that a church policy? Okay. Could you please share with me some of the things about the church? I'm learning. I'm curious. I saw the sign. I'm not going to turn the camera off.
Yeah, you're going to leave now.
I have to leave?
Yeah.
This is the welcome I get?
Yes.
I thought all were welcome.
We don't allow filming.
Could you tell me why?
You can read it on the sign outside.
Read it on the sign outside.
Yeah.
Okay. Here at the Church of Scientology in Denver. All are welcome. Okay. Would you care to tell me your name?
No, thank
Are you a Sea Org member?
you. No.
What do you think about Danny Masterson? Do you have any comments about Danny Masterson?
Anything about it.
You don't? You should do a little research because he did some things within your church that weren't the best. And maybe it's something that you should look into and help to protect the women that are being potentially hurt within your church. Yeah?
I've never been hurt.
Good for you.
Yeah.
How long you been in?
47 years.
Awesome. So you probably have generations.
Damn, 40-some years. Chewing that gum like a cow, Texas Blue on his head. Right, they need to start asking, where's Shelly? Where's Shelly Miscavige at? Where's she at?
I'm surprised no one has come in with like spy glasses or shit like that. They just go so obvious with the camera and just go in there and be like really into it. I don't know. Just come in and be
Hopefully
like,
all
yo.
your family's still connected to you.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh,
Good
yeah,
for you
all
guys.
her family's still there. They're
Anything
all
else you'd like to tell me?
Yeah, we should turn your camera off because I don't want to.
Okay. I'm going to use the other door handle. See ya. Thanks for the nice visit. Oh, should I put a mask on? Should I do that? No.
See ya.
Were you ever in Clearwater at the Flag Building? Oh, I do. Yep. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. See you later. There we go. Come in for a tour. Visit our multimedia. Oh. Hi. All right. Please do not enter if you are ill or hip around others who are ill. Get the reception's attention. Okay. She's calling security on me now. Oh, you locked the door? Oh, even better. She's locking the door.
She really locks the fucking door.
She's fucking not having none of that guy, dude, at all. He ain't
Hell
having it.
no, she's like, fuck this. She recorded.
All right. What do we say? Pack it up? Shut it down?
Pack it up,
Well,
shut it
just
down.
locked down Denver. How long did that take? 4 minutes and 36 seconds. To lock.
All right. On this, I have some thoughts on this.
That was, look, they don't fuck around. They do not fuck around. They do not like you coming in there with your cameras. They do not. Did you see that they took Jessica's TikTok over 1 million followers? They never did give it back to her.
Jeez, that's not.
TikTok has a horrible striking system. Like it's so easy to get people taken out on TikTok. It's really bad.
I mean, who would think that a platform created by communist China would be such a terrible platform? I don't know.
It sucks,
Be careful
man.
saying that. You know what I mean? You're gonna. You don't get my fucking shit flagged here.
Well, I'm just stating facts. I mean, I'm not making shit up. I mean, which
I
one
know. I'm
was?
just saying you don't get us flagged here.
Yeah, we don't know if Google's frenzies with the TikTok Chinese people. Very cool it be, Tim.
Better be cool. You gotta get me in trouble with.
Come in here and fuck us up, fool. Never know. But like seriously though, I don't think that, because I know that like a lot of people go straight to like there's corruption, because there is corruption. Like there's corruption in the world, right? But I don't think that lady lost her TikTok because Scientology has the stronghold over TikTok. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like they probably got a bunch of their people to flag her.
Yeah,
You know,
reporter,
just like other people that are hateful do. Like, they'll get their supporters to go flag their creator they're in a beef with or whatever. And like the night that guy Aaron got arrested and stuff, like people were saying like corruption, and then I saw the way he talked to the cops, and I was like, okay, never mind. Like, it's not corruption. They detained him. They couldn't arrest him but they were going to be dicks because he was being, he was being hella bossy and shit.
Right.
Like, and LAPD didn't come to play. Like, they just don't. Like, and they treat protesters in general really badly. Like, it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know. I need to learn more about history with LAPD and Scientology though before I like speak too heavy on that subject.
I think like a lot of times cops just want to keep the peace, and they just see a bunch of people standing out in front.
Cool. Okay, we had the LA riot. The Watts riots in the 60s, but we had the LA riots in '92, right? Millions and millions of dollars of damage, right? And then in the early 2000s, when the Lakers won, we burnt the city down again. So after that, they did a lot of like training, I think, and just kind of, they always want to get ahead of the game when it comes to protest or anything like that. And sometimes they fucking, abuse their authority, I'm sure, because, they like to do that sometimes. But
yeah, that's my understanding. I always wondered, the other thing I wonder is I see all these Scientology buildings and they always seem fucking empty. Like, why? Why do they need all these damn buildings?
And they're, like I said, really beautiful old buildings, and they're big buildings too.
Like, man, don't they pay I'm sure they pay like city tax, like, property taxes, right? Like, or they get exempt from that too.
I was just gonna say, aren't they just exempt across the board? It's religion, right?
I don't think they're exempt across the board with everything. I mean, it's just like if you had a church, like a regular, like a Catholic church, you still need to have money to maintain the building and shit like that. Yeah, seems like an investment to me. Like, they just bought these properties and they just sit on them. I'm surprised they didn't create like a renter, like a renter management company where they just rent to like tenants. Like, imagine if you're like your landlord with Scientology and you had to like send them like if you're living in your house and you're just like, yo, I just need to, and you send your checks to Scientology. Like, Cappy, imagine if your landlord was Scientology. Cappy's gone.
Fuck all that. Absolutely fucking not is right. Like, you kidding me?
Suddenly your internet access is blocked when you're on this show.
I'll be like, oh, can I be late on my rent, like 2 weeks late this month? Sure. If you walk at least 45 miles of Hollywood Boulevard passing out pamphlets, sure.
I mean, there's some people that would take that offer, to be honest with you.
Oh, shit, I don't know. I ain't gonna cap. Who knows? Who knows what I'd do?
I mean, if someone's like, you can live here rent free, but you have to like, hand out pamphlets about our religion. There are a lot of people would take that offer up. They'd be like, sure.
Well, there's like been a mass exodus from fucking Los Angeles. Like, people that were born here could hardly afford to live here anymore. You know what I mean? So I imagine that the people that live here that are joining up, that's probably the highlight of it. Like, oh, I get to stay in my hometown, like, I don't know.
That might be their recruiting tactic. It's like, listen, we got houses, we need members. Join up, you get free rent, and you just have to be a member and hand out pamphlets and walk your dogs around our properties.
And disown all of your non-Scientologist family. I guess for people that, people that don't have family, that could be a, whatever. Okay, I'll disown them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so dedicated. And make up like a fake mom, like, oh, she's a suppressive person. Yeah, that's my mom. Her name's Judy Smith, and she's a jerk, man. I'm disowning her now. And like, really, she doesn't exist.
Yeah. Just make up relatives.
They'll think you're dedicated. They'll think you're dedicated as fuck.
Just like bring a lot of books about like, sailing. in there be like really enthusiastic about sailing.
Oh my god, yeah.
Just be like, I love like sailing through the sea.
Did I tell you how much I love sailing?
I love and Battlefield Earth was the greatest movie ever.
Ever.
It was the greatest
ever.
Just have that like on just have like that old DVD of it on your wall, like and whenever they walk in, you start playing that fucking movie. Be like, look, this is a great. I gotta watch this again.
So I'm telling Mr. Cappy tonight when he gets home from work that's the retirement plan I have for us. Like, you know, after the kids are older and moved out, and you know, my mom, you know, passes over the Rainbow Bridge, our retirement plan is to become a Scientologist and live in Big Blue.
Yeah.
And rent free. So
no cap.
I'm fucking done, son. You did not just say crossing the Rainbow Blue Bridge, bitch. What the fuck? That's for animals.
Oh, we're gonna live in Big Blue. That's the retirement plan.
Yeah. No cap, though. I really kind of do like Battlefield Earth. Actually, I watched that movie at least 5 times. I actually do.
I bet you do like that movie. I bet.
I really do. Shitty
That's got
storyline.
written all over it.
Shitty storyline, like an alien race that apparently is so advanced it can invade planets, but you got gold.
You are
Gold is
too
the-
much, fool.
Gold
I
is the
swear
most
to God.
essential like thing they care about. Like we really care about gold, not fuel sources or you know, actual resources that matter, but we really care about gold. It's like, okay, this is stupid. And then they're like, we're gonna educate this one human to have like alien super advanced technology understanding, but we're not gonna see that as a problem at all. And we're going to let all the nuclear bombs just sit in these depots and not actually dispose of them for 1,000 years. The storyline was not that great. The movie. I never read the book, though. I just saw the movie.
Sounds like a B-10 movie to me.
I mean, it was. Basically, they beat all these aliens with, like, fucking jets from, like, 1970s. And, like, a nuclear bomb that they got. And, like, that was basically it. I'm like, wait a minute. Someone get the jingly keys for Beats Him. Oh, fuck.
Are you sitting there jingling your keys, fool?
No. I think that's like the sign where like Burnto says, like, if you want like annoy it, I love the cow, just jingle some keys like for the cows, you know, type of deal. It's like a joke. I should have gotten keys for that whole debate with the Claire. That would have been funny. Just jingle them. Sooner when the music was playing, just jingle the keys on my fucking mic.
Oh my God. Dude, that was the best debate. You did so good. I was so proud of you.
Oh, that was hilarious, man. That was
I
hilarious.
was like, yeah, haha, my team's winning. Fuck you, Blair.
It's like,
even his fucking people were like, oh God, you fucking forgot this, you forgot that, dummy.
The kids will never be interviewed. They never interview the children.
Yeah, stupid idiot.
And the look on his face changed. From
funny.
It was from a smiling to that of like sadness. His shoulders were slumped forward. He was like,
it was wah, wah, wah.
It's like, hello,
and
darkness.
He felt really confident too, because you were like, wait a minute, I have to get it for you. Hold on. And he was thinking that you weren't going to be able to find it. He was super confident.
Oh yeah.
So funny. So funny.
Well, I had about, I think like 17 or 18 tabs open with different like documents I was looking through. So that was probably why it took me a while to look them up.
You're a smart debater. That's why.
Well, if I was a smarter debater, I probably would have wrote the quotes and then put the page number and the document, so it would be easier to pull out quicker. And I probably would slow down a little bit my talk, and some other things I probably would improve about. You know, just
it's a learning experiment, and you only had a little time to prepare for it, and you did really good.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean. Maybe the Claire is right with not separating the two cases. I don't know. I mean, based upon that document we read yesterday.
That was the only thing that I I disagreed with you on. Why are you saying that the two cases are not connected? He's in jail for interfering in the Karen Reed case, right?
Well, the issue I had is that there's one issue. One is that we agreed to talk about the murder, like the alleged murder, like with the murder, and to change the format of the debate, like literally the last minute, is like a taboo thing you're not supposed to do.
Right.
That's like something you're not really supposed to do. So for me to talk about like the collusion between Karen Reed and Turtle Boy and all his stuff, that's a separate subject and a separate discussion. And that's the issue I have. And you're not supposed to do that. If he wanted to do that, he should have told me beforehand and I would have prepared. So that was one thing. Another thing is like one is related to if Karen Reed's innocent, and the one debate is whether she is a, and it's a separate subject about, was she doing witness intimidation, which is two separate discussions. That's my point.
Right. No, I agree with that it's a separate subject, but I feel like they're connected because it's to the same case. So.
Yeah. It's connected to the witness intimidation case, like when it comes to like witness intimidation, but it's not really connected to like a murder. Like he didn't cover up the murder. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that's probably.
I'm just saying, like in general, like that topic could come up when you're talking about the Karen Reed case. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, did you hear about that fool who was interfering? Like, got arrested for it.
Look, Karen Reed accused of frequently contacting Turtle Boy about murder case, court documents, etc.
Warrant application claiming that Karen Reed fed information about her case that was not available to the public to Aidan Kearney, the controversial blogger known as Turtle Boy. In the past, her lawyers saying publicly they hadn't spoken with Turtle Boy. The blogger saying the same. But these documents say that isn't the case and that they've been in touch for a while.
Karen Reed is with me.
Karen Reed's lawyers talking outside the courthouse after a hearing in 2022. Her lawyers by her side in court over the year plus since she was charged with murder in the death of her boyfriend, Boston cop John O'Keefe. Prosecutors say she hit him with her SUV outside a Canton home and left him for dead. But her lawyers say it's a cover-up, that O'Keefe was beaten inside the house and bitten by a dog. We love you, Aidan! That theory picking up steam after controversial blogger Aidan Kearney started talking about it on his blog and in videos until he was jailed last month for witness intimidation. Now, a new search warrant application filed by state police says Reed was feeding information about her case, not meant for the public, to Kearney, who posted it on his blog. According to state police, Reed, her lawyers, and Kearney have publicly denied being in contact, but documents claim they'd been in touch for months, even meeting for lunch, saying Kearney texted a friend of Karen Reed saying, quote, "We had a great time." State police say Reed had used a friend to get Kearney unreleased documents, photos, and grand jury details, but say when that friendship went south, she started talking with the blogger directly, saying the two shared 189 phone calls, talking for more than 40 hours. Now, we've reached out to Karen Reed's lawyers who say they're not commenting at this time. Live in Dedham, Emily Maha, WCVB News Center 5.
Emily, thank you for that.
That's not good. That's not good. What do you think, Kathy?
Not at all.
Sorry, it wasn't letting me unmute. Fucking A. Like, what a bunch of dummies.
Well, I mean, they've been talking. They lied to the press. They were talking since April. I think April of 2023.
Wow.
Since the beginning of that whole theory popped off, and they literally lied both sides about them actually contacting each other. He lied multiple times to his audience that he never talked to them. That it would be a conflict, like it would be like his ethics. It would go against his ethics or something like that.
Okay.
I mean, it just lied. And it sounds like, honestly, that they were working together to push this theory. And a lot of times, if you actually read the documents, he doubted the 227 call. He doubted a lot of the storylines, but she kept on feeding him. And it sounds like in the beginning, he doubted her started doubting her story. So, because their theory is basically goes in the house, somehow doesn't get seen by Nagel. I think Ryan Nagel, I'm just trying to remember. Doesn't get seen because they pull in at the same time, but somehow doesn't get seen. Like he doesn't see O'Keefe, gets into the house, gets attacked by a dog, Cullen and Brian or whoever else is in the house while he's in the basement because he walks up and down in their theory. Then they wait a couple of hours and then they put him in a car, drive him to that location, I think after 2 o'clock in the morning because they have to be or before the tow truck guy. So basically a little bit like around 2 o'clock. drive over there, they get seen by Lucky, and then they pull him out of the car, dump him right in front of their house while he's in the car, and then get back in their car, go back, park it back, and then they pretend like nothing's happened. Then when the opportunity struck, when Karen Reed said that she damaged her back of her car or something like that, they use that as an opportunity to frame Karen Reed and all that shit. That's their theory. That's the defense's theory and Turtle Boy's theory.
That sounds dumb.
Yeah, it sounds unbelievable. There's so many holes in that theory. It's just unbelievable.
I mean, like, I've seen not Turtle Boy, but Will prop up and promote other conspiracy theories that were equally as ridiculous. So
yeah, I mean, like, I just don't get it because it's like it just doesn't make sense to me. And if it doesn't make sense, it's probably not true.
And then in certain cases, he's like, "Oh, I just want the facts. That's speculation." But then he'll go off the rails on certain cases and just he just like decides certain things he will call facts when they're not facts.
I don't know. Yeah, there's no facts to back up that claim. Because you can easily disprove like majority, like what happened. He went in the house, he walked down the stairs, he got beat up by Colin, another guy, and a dog, and then they immediately went to his pocket, shut off his phone, and then put it back on when it was right under him. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Also, it makes total fucking sense, B-Tim. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's so many holes in that theory. It's just not a good idea. And it's like, okay, you know, I just think it's just a bad theory. I think honestly what happened is that Karen Reed pushed this theory, like pushed this idea to Kearney. Kearney originally thought it was actually, you know, might be true. He thought the FBI were coming in for the rescue because he was being told by Karen, their FBI are like investigating this or something like that. And he really believed it. And then he started doubting it, but then he was too far down the rabbit hole. He's too far deep into it. So he just kept with it because he was making money. Why not? I really don't think, you know, Turtle Boy believes Karen's innocent. I think he knows he has a deep belief that she's guilty, but he's just got to, you know, if he goes back at it now, he's going to lose all his supporters and all his money that he's made. Simple as that. That's really that simple. And I think that's the truth, because if you can't logically make this claim that you believe that, I mean, there's way more evidence pointing towards her guilt. I mean, you talk about like, you know, the Glare was stating how like there was particles all over, like, you know, like the particles were sprinkled on the clothes while I was in the hospital and it wasn't being monitored or some stuff. But the problem with that theory is that if that was the case, it'd be on top of the throw up in blood. It would not be under it, probably. Just the thought. I mean, like, I would assume that would be pretty easy to, you know, figure out. And if, let's say, like, your whole testimony that you believe, like, Mr. Nagel has to, you know, didn't see John in the car, well, then if they arrived at the same time, why did he not see him go in the house? He didn't arrive. I mean, like, according to my understanding of the events, they kind of arrived at the same time.
What was his defense about the kids being interviewed? Like, when you finally came with the paperwork, and he's like, "Well, they had 10 days, like eyewitness testimony of 10 days, like they're kids or something like that."
I think it was mostly implying that the family was kind of manipulating them to tell the story.
Oh, you mean coaching kids, Will? I thought kids couldn't be coached. Remember that? Remember that case?
Yeah. That's what I felt like he was implying, that the family, a family or the police, like, coach these kids to say this. And to me, it's like not exactly something that I would think would be coached, that kind of story. Because Karen Reed basically changed the story 3 times. It doesn't have to be, like, I don't think she did it on purpose either. But
yeah,
I think she got those extra charges because of, you know, the cover up, and also the fact is they said, oh, she had a camera. I think she had a backup camera.
Oh,
or some sort of device that like reads if you're closing in or someone. I got to read the report again. But they did, like, I think they upped the charges after they did the accident reconstruction, and I think they kind of got to that idea. And also she was drunk at the time. So that probably also plays into it. You know, you're drinking and driving, you hit someone with a car. I think extra charges do get added on. I think honestly, Laguerre sees the holes, and now he has gone too deep, and his ego. Yeah, I mean, like that's what I also know is like he was talking about. Oh well, I don't know what happened in the house. Well, I mean, originally he was pointing out the theory that Cullen was the individual that did it, and you know, the famous showing his knuckles and making the speculation that he's the one that punched him and stuff like that. And I think like he's realizing that that's not a smart move, because I think like it's pretty easily to disprove that Cullen was not there, because you can easily go the same way you can figure out where John O'Keefe was. You can figure out where he was with a GPS location, you know, and witnesses and stuff like that. So
yeah, like sorry for all the background noise.
Sure.
Yeah, like I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
He like I said, like on the other cases, like there was a certain point in the other case where the main guy was like outed as a scammer, and it was obvious like him and his wife were lying, but he still like was too prideful, had too much ego to like to fucking be like, you know what, guys, like I was wrong.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, if everyone's open to the truth, you know, like we're all in a search for the truth, and I think that's the main key takeaway when you look at true crime and stuff like that, is you're all out for the truth, and every information you get, your theory changes. It's fluid based upon the new facts that come about in the case. And I feel like a lot of people are stuck on an old theory that's like 7 months, 8 months ago, and no one wants to really take in the new information that's coming in. And they're stuck in that time period, and they're not really changing their theories based upon the new information coming in. And it's the same thing with Will. I think Will just came, or the Glare just came onto this case fresh. He was told a bunch of information, and then he proceeded to repeat them, and never really got into it and really thought, like, theory crafted how it could possibly be. Because like the key thing I would probably say is like you have to think in terms of how did this whole crime take place, and your whole situation, your whole theory is hinging on a lot of coincidences. Like they have to get lucky enough for Proctor to show up at the scene. They have to be lucky enough that Karen Reed admitted that she said that she hit him, you know, the question. They have to get lucky enough that she says that she damaged the back of her taillight. They have to be lucky enough for all these coincidences to basically get away with it. And I just don't think cops who have been there for years would be that stupid, to be honest with you. I mean, why would you dump a guy in front of your house? That would be the dumbest thing ever. You know?
Yeah, I was thinking that. Like, that's like one of the biggest ones. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna dump this guy in front of my house and pretend I didn't see him. Like, I don't know. That's
Yeah,
weird,
like
right?
to me that seems like a very silly move, because that's like, also, why would you pick that opportunity? Like there's a conflicting theory. Like some people I've heard earlier state in their side stated was like just a rage moment, that Cullen just attacked him out of rage. And some people say like that he was lured there. Well, the rage part you can understand a little bit, but the lure part, if he was lured there, why would cops lure him to his own house to beat him up to death and have him freeze in the cold? It's like if you're a corrupt cop and you're trying to have someone else killed, you wouldn't.
Was it his house?
Yeah.
It's his house? Okay.
Oh yeah, it was one of the people that lived there. It wasn't O'Keefe's house. It was the other person's house. One of the cops that they're alleging beat him up.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, because that's why I thought it would be weird to dump him there. Like, I think that, yeah, she.
Well, it'd be weird to lure a person that you want to kill to your house while there's a house full of
that
people.
too.
I mean, you'd just be like, okay, meet me behind this fucking abandoned warehouse or something, or meet me on this, or you would pick a bar. You know what I mean? Like you pick places that are far distant from you, so you have plausible deniability. Did you have any connections to it? And like killing someone because, like, you know, based upon an idiot theory that like, oh well, this 17-year-old kid had a verbal altercation with him. It's like, Is that really enough? Is that really enough for a motive? That's their motive. Their motive is basically Cullen had a verbal altercation with him months earlier. And it turns out it wasn't even him. It was actually his friend.
What?
Yeah. That's their motive for why he was beat up. That Cullen just had a verbal altercation with him.
Wow.
A 17-year-old. And then he just couldn't hold himself back, and he attacked this 4 guy, 6 foot something. I gotta look it up
He's a
again.
big boy, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be very lucky to take someone down that big. Very lucky.
Plus, he's law enforcement. Like, law enforcement has like training and stuff, like for situations like that.
Yeah. The backup sensors. Not sure actually. No. I'm not really sure if it would affect the backup sensors. I personally think, I think she personally just backed up her accidentally to him. But the unforgivable part to me about her is that she basically not only lied about the situation, but she lied to frame 10 other people and paint them as murderers in the press, and worked with Turtle Boy to paint them as that to save her own ass. That's the part I find kind of unforgiving, to be honest with you. And that she knew that, it was just full of shit, because her original defense was going to be it was in a tragic accident. Her lawyer basically states that to the press. That was going to be her original defense. But then she changed her defense when a mysterious person emailed her about the whole situation, that Cullen and someone in the house and a dog beat him up.
Oh my God.
And I feel like that to me is the unforgivable part. I can honestly understand a person having one bad day, one bad moment where they drink too much, they back up, they accidentally kill someone. That to me is a forgivable thing, and I think that's something everyone can forgive a little bit, but not the fact that you basically blatantly blamed 10 innocent people and did a harassment campaign on them to fuck with their lives so you can avoid your ass going to jail. That's my problem. And you might say, well, she's just telling about the facts of the case. But the problem is that she's watching Turtle Boy, and she's seeing what he's doing, and she's continue to work with him. If I was working with like Queen Bee, and she was talking about my case, and I saw her doing like the things Turtle Boy was doing, I would not work with her anymore. I'd be like, yeah, I can't get behind this because you're going too far, and you're not reporting about the case. You're just basically intimidating witnesses, and you might be fucking up my case. I can't be around you. And that's my problem with her. I think she's definitely has some answering to do. So this is my opinion. But yeah, their whole theory is based upon, their whole motive is basically Cullen. Cullen basically getting mad and having a verbal altercation with O'Keefe months earlier. Like not months, maybe like, gotta look up how many months, but it was a while. It is what it is. But that's what I feel like. I just feel like they're not moving on to their theory. Simple as that.
Yeah, that shit sounds weird.
Yeah, it is weird. It's not as weird as Scientology, but it's pretty fucking weird.
Yeah, not as weird as that.
Not as weird as Thenton's taking your butt, trying to figure out how to become a non-fallen Thetan existing, and that you don't believe children exist, and this is Scientology we're talking about, and you don't believe children exist, and the children, they're just pretending to be children, and you shouldn't care, you should just tell them to act like adults. They're just like adults in child bodies, mini adults, which doesn't sound good if you have a certain individual, like, guys who have propensity for children, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, shit's crazy.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. But, I mean, it's a lot of things crazy.
I'm going to jump down, guys. It was good talking to you. I'll be in the chat.
All right, man. See ya.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Queen, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. What's the next subject we're getting into?
No, actually, I don't really have much more to say. I do got this live tonight, but I know I got somebody triggered already, so Nothing like
Oh,
saying you're
yeah.
triggered by making 30 fucking videos, Cartman.
Jeez, Louise.
Oh no, she big mad about this Cartman. But you know what, Sludge Knuckles? You need to go wash them fucking hands. That's what you need to do, baby.
Oh, we didn't finish going down the documents, actually. I think we got up to 76, actually. 76, 75. Or
Oh yeah, you want to finish? We can finish going over those real quick, or do you want to come back? I mean, it doesn't matter. I got this live set up for tonight because I got time, baby. It's Friday night. I got all night.
Let me see. Where is that? I look for it. Let me see.
They loved your dramatic reading. They loved
Yeah.
it.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. You could do it now, but I just got to find it. Where did I put that damn document? Of course I did.
And I just got a message to my PayPal. It's I called them. They said everything's fine. It's working on their end. I really don't know why it's not working. So if you guys, for the ones that did want to donate, you can donate it to my regular PayPal until this is fixed, and then once it's fixed, we'll have the other one up.
Mm-hmm. Gotta look for it. All right, where's it? I think we were up to 77 or 76.
Yeah, see, I was busy yesterday, and I was busy the day before, so I moved it off. And then Burnt Toast was live last night, and she had like a 4-hour live going over the court documents. By that time, it was too late. So I got time tonight, baby. We got 2 lives to go over. Shit.
All right, I got it. I think we were up to page 26.
All right, baby, put it on.
Um,
I got you. Put it on. You go ahead. You share it. So because I can't roll with it. You know what I mean?
You can't roll with it.
No, it's like I get behind.
I heard the glare did not want to actually show the
Oh no!
document.
Matter of fact, you got him so triggered. He's going live too later.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's going live. He's got an interview with some fucking, I don't even know who the hell it is. Some agent, some retired something.
I mean,
But he's hitting, yeah.
He's like very triggered because he just didn't do any research. That's the problem. He really did not do any research on a case that he's passionate about, and he really didn't have the answers. I mean, like, it is what it is.
No, he sounded like a damn turd.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to 70. Following a falling out between Natalie and Karen in June 2023, the text messages frequent, and this is by the way, this is the document. This is the warrant for the phones, and this is why they got the warrant and everything. So, for Karen Reed and this, anyway. 70. Following a falling out between Natalie and Karen in June 2023, the text messages frequency dramatically dropped. Natalie was no longer sending Kearney information related to the homicide after mid-June. On June 23rd, Natalie asked Kearney to talk to Karen about her being mad at Natalie. Kearney responded that he does not want to play mediator and be in the middle, which would be another insinuation. Kearney and Karen communicate directly. Yeah, that pretty much states that. Special prosecutor convened a grand jury to investigate the intimidation witness involved Commonwealth versus Reed. A grand jury summons was issued to Verizon requesting call detail records for Kearney's phone numbers. So the subscriber for these accounts is Aidan Kearney. A check of those records revealed 189 phone calls between these phone numbers and the phone number Natalie provided to investigators for Karen Reed. The duration of the phone calls between Kearney and Reed totaled in excess of 40 hours. I wonder what they were talking about for 40 hours. It's interesting. These conversations is in addition.
That's a long time.
Yeah, 40 hours and 189 calls? Like, that seems a little excessive to me. These conversations, in addition to the communication Reed and Kearney alleged have the Signal app. The first entry to the communication between Kearney and Reed's is May 7th, 2023. The frequency and duration of the calls increased greatly beginning in the end of June. The communication continued through the fall and winter of 2023, with the last entry of these phone communications occurring in December 21st, 2023. Wow. So this is while isn't that like, I think, didn't he get out like the 22nd or the 21st? When did he get out? When he got his, when he didn't have to pay bail and he was on his own reconnaissance. That's pretty soon. He literally talked to her right before the incident. 72. A check of the phone records from Kearney's phone revealed communications with cell phone associated with David Yannetti and Alan Jackson. A phone number ending in the number, was checked through the LexisNexis, a commercially available database, and was associated with David Yannetti. And the phone number communicates with Kearney 2 phones 29 times. 29 times talking to both defense attorneys for Karen Reed. That's interesting. Include 9 times from April 20th to May 2nd. A phone number ending in was checked through LexisNexis and was associated with Alan Jackson. A phone number communicates with Kearney 2 phones 29 times, including 3 times from April 20th to May 1st. And this is a key point that I want to point out to people, is that these people lied continuously, Turtle Boy, the attorneys, and Karen Reed, about their communications with each other. And I was taught when I was a kid, and I'm going to bring up, people only lie when they're afraid of, and that's the truth. Why were they lying if they thought they were in the up and up? Why were they lying that they were communicating with each other and that they had any connections with each other? To me, that just screams that they were doing something that they should not have been doing. You know, this goes beyond maybe getting a statement from Alan Jackson and the other attorney to basically say, hey, what's your statement about, you know, this new evidence? What do you think about this case? This is all, to me, like screams. Because, like, honestly, where do you separate between on the record and off the record conversations? Remember the Boston newspaper? They're at the court, and they actually were arguing about the notes that they were discussing, whether what was on the record and what was off the record, and what they shouldn't be on. Where's the off the record discussion and where's the on the record discussion? Where does that end? And I feel like this is the problem when he tries to claim to be a reporter. And that's my opinion on that situation. You know? On October 10, 2023, Aidan Kearney was arrested pursuant to several arrest warrants issued out on Stratton District Court. He was arraigned on Stratton, D.C. on the same date, which was widely reported by local media. On October 12, 2023, Natalie received a phone call on her cell phone from which is the main office number for Worksman Jackson Quinn, the California law firm from Alan Jackson. So read that. On October 12th, 2023, Natalie received a phone call on a cell phone, which was the main office number of the law firm from Alan Jackson. Okay? And that was basically the same date, 2 days after Aidan Kearney was arrested. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you that the law firm, Alan Jackson's law firm, is attempting to contact, you know, this woman who was the in-between between Karen Reed and Turtle Boy? Just saying. Natalie stated she did not answer the phone call, the call, nor did she return the call. She stated she had never spoken to Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, or any attorney representing Karen in the Commonwealth versus Reed prior to October 12th or since. To me, that screams some sort of attempt to cover something, to attempt to cover up something. I don't know what they're trying to cover up, but 2 days after Turtle Boy gets arrested, you're making a call to this lady out of the blue? Very odd. On December 20th, 2023, Newport Grand Jury returned an indictment charging Aidan Kearney with the 9 counts of intimidation of a witness, 5 counts of illegal picketing of a witness, and 3 counts of conspiracy to intimidate a witness. In December 2023, I communicated and interviewed a witness relative to an ongoing conspiracy to intimidate witnesses of the Commonwealth versus Reed case. I interviewed her and her residence with another investigator. Given the widespread media attention and ongoing intimidation of a witness involved in the case, this witness will be referred to as pseudonym Jane. The purpose of using a pseudonym in the affidavit is to prevent the public disclosure of her name at this point of investigation. During the in-person meeting, Jane relayed the following information. Just give me 1 second. I just need to do one thing. Be right back.
I'm listening. We're all listening. We're listening to this dramatic reading. He's like, what the hell are you in here doing? Why are you in here fucking around? He said, that's it. I'm taking a break and I'm done. And that's that.
I'm back. I'm back.
I was over here just talking shit.
Oh, okay. So, all right, let me see. 76. Jane stated that she met Aidan Kearney in September 2023 after exchanging messages on Facebook Messenger. Jane stated that she would communicate with two of Kearney's Facebook profiles, Clarence Woods Emerson and Aidan Kearney. Jane states she then began communicating with him using the phone number. Kearney and Jane met in person following a Commonwealth versus Reed court date and went to her apartment. After that meeting, Jane and Kearney began having a romantic relationship, with Kearney staying over her apartment Friday nights. 77. In the beginning of the relationship, Kearney stated he was close with Karen Reed's family. He would later state to Jane that he speaks with Karen Reed every day. Jane, see, that's to me, like, how are you a neutral party, like a news reporter, if you're talking to this person every day? Like, are you way too close to this story where you're just basically talking to this person every day? You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's crazy. Jane showed me a screenshot that Kearney allegedly sent her showing multiple calls on a certain day that showed Karen Reed's signal audio. In the call log, Kearney told Jane that there was an intermediary between Kearney and Reed, a woman by the name of Natalie. Kearney stated Natalie and Reed were angry with each other. Kearney stated to Jane that he then began talking to Reed directly. 78. Jane stated Kearney and Reed communicate using the Signal app because it is encrypted, and Jane stated she does not communicate with Kearney using the Signal app. Jane stated Kearney, quote, runs everything by Karen, end quote, meaning all the blog posts and social media content is approved by Karen prior to Kearney publishing. That's crazy. That basically now you're a mouthpiece for the defense. You're being, you know what I mean? Like, you are a mouthpiece for the defense. You are not a neutral news reporter reporting on this case. Kearney described Reed as difficult, controlling, and gets irritated with him. Jane stated Kearney showed her material related to the investigation of the homicide of John O'Keefe, including the 911 call and cruiser video footage before it was leaked on social media on December 1st, 2023. Kearney posted a live YouTube video entitled Karen Reed's Case, Jen McCabe 911 Tape Breakdown. The audio is in fact a voicemail recovered by investigators from John O'Keefe's phone that captured Jen McCabe calling 911 from a different phone, finding O'Keefe's unresponsive. O'Keefe's phone was recovered by first responders on January 29, 2022. It is reasonable to assume only by the Commonwealth and Reed's attorney are in possession of the audio file. Wow. So my question is like, did they leak the 911 call to Turtle Boy, and then Turtle Boy basically put it out there? That's my only thing. I'm trying to figure it out. Leak. So was Turtle Boy the person that leaked it? That's why I'm just not sure about this particular document, if it's basically saying that. Maybe I'm just not reading it correctly. The dramatic reading got beats him so excited he had to be. He's mouthpiece for Sally Tyrone's allegedly. Oh no. Jane described one instance where Reed controlled what Kearney would publish. Kearney's wanted to release the Kenton police cruiser video footage he had obtained from Reed. Kearney asked Reed if he could publish the video on his Turtle Boy platform. Jane stated Reed said no to the request. Kearney was frustrated and contacted one of Reed's defense attorneys, Alan Jackson. Jackson approved the release of the video. Reed later found out about Kearney going to Jackson and was angry. Quote, During a November 28, 2023 YouTube live video, Kearney discussed the existence of a video from a camera fixed to the Kenton police cruiser who responded to the scene, including the names of the officers who cruisers had video. Wow. That's fucking nuts. So he's leaking. So they're leaking things that should not be leaked out to the public through Turtle Boy, and controlling.
Yep. And Turtle Boy went straight to her lawyer behind her back.
Yeah, when he didn't get the response he wanted because he wanted to fucking put that video out.
Yep.
Like,
she said no, and the attorney said yeah.
I think that attorney's going to be in trouble, to be honest with you. I have a feeling someone's going to look into him. Because I feel like this is like not normal behavior for a defense attorney to do. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I'm not a defense attorney, but that seems a little fucking unethical. Wait, Karen didn't want him to leak it though? Yeah, apparently my guess is probably she didn't want it to leak because she was probably worried that it would come back to her, that she's releasing information. And the lawyer was like, oh, okay, you can release it. That's the only reason why I think, like, basically they leaked. She was afraid of leaking it, in my opinion. 80. Jane stated different sources of financial benefits for Kearney and his partners. Jane stated Kearney is, quote, doing well with donations. Kearney had alluded to the fact that he did not pay for a Lexus SUV he recently acquired. Kearney made a statement similar to, quote, if my frugal mother ever found out I paid for a Lexus, she would be mad, end quote. And, quote, even I didn't pay for it. What's wrong with that, end quote. A check of RMV records revealed that Lexus was purchased in the end of June 2023. Further records revealed the vehicle was paid full using a personal check. What? What? So he paid for this car in cash?
Say what?
Say what? So he paid for this car in cash, and he says he didn't pay for it. Didn't the brother basically run the Lexus dealership? Like, I'm wondering, didn't we hear that rumor around? Let me see.
Yes, we did.
I mean, I'm wondering. Yeah, Lexus at the Rhode Island Lexus dealership Reed's brother works at. So he goes to a Lexus dealership, gets a car paid for him with a check. And that's apparently possible. And that's apparently the brother. The brother works at the Lexus dealership of Karen Reed. Like, that doesn't sound like a neutral news reporter. Wait, Karen did. Oh, we see. Skip. Yep. And the lawyer told him to keep talking. Turtle Boy could. Yeah, and that's another thing. They can't really claim then blame Karen Reed for communications now. They can't be like, well, my client was an idiot and she's talking to this guy and we didn't know. We didn't know this idiot. She was talking to this idiot and giving stuff that she's not supposed to share. You're literally talking to the guy and you're giving him directions to what to do. I'll be shocked if these people don't get investigated and something like the Bar Association or some sort of sanctions or something. It's just crazy to me. Like, absolutely bonkers. Turtle Boy could be lying to save his rear. The attorneys probably told him not to do it. No, this is not from Turtle Boy. This is from Natalie. So, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, that Turtle Boy could have lied to her. But why would he lie to a woman that he's sleeping with and a woman that he's using as a go-between to basically hide for his butt, like to save his butt? I think he was actually told this. I think they've been working together since April, to be honest with you, since the beginning of this wackadoo theater. That's my personal opinion. And I think there's some sort of financial motivation to do it besides super chats, views, and stuff like that. I think there's other financial, and I think that's going to be looked into. I'm just saying. 81. Jane stated that she was told by Kearney. Let me see. Happy Friday to everyone. Oh, happy Friday. Jane stated she was told by Kearney that Reed's attorney were working with the U.S. Attorney's Office, specifically acting as U.S. Attorney for District of Massachusetts, Josh Levy. Kearney would talk a lot about the federal grand jury and Levy with Jane. Jane stated Karen Reed was interviewed by federal law enforcement. Jane also shared other comments Kearney learned from Reed that are corroborated by other information known to this affiant. That's interesting. That's very interesting. 82. Jane was served with a summons to appear before a grand jury on December 22nd, 2023. Kearney learned Jane was served a summons and they agreed to meet at her apartment. So this is the woman that got assaulted, by the way, and attacked in her home by Turtle Boy. And this is why he got arrested again. So this is basically highlighting that apartment on the night of December 23rd. During the meeting, Kearney told Jane to tell the grand jury she did not remember anything, delete evidence from her phone, and told her he would hire her an attorney if she cooperated with him. Kearney later assaulted Jane, which led to the Medfield police charging Kearney with assault and battery on family household member and witness intimidation. Kearney was arraigned in Dedham District Court on those charges on December 26. 83. Based upon the foregoing facts, there is probable cause to believe that Karen Reed, DOB, her date of birth, committed a violation of the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 268, Section 13B, witness interference. Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Christopher Albert, Cullen Albert, Juliana Albert, Julian Neagle, Michael Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor, which reads, quote, whoever willfully either directly or indirectly threatens, attempts, or causes physical, emotional, or economic injury or property damage to, conveys a gift or offer or promise of anything of value to, mislead, intimidate, or harass another person who is a witness or a potential witness, a person who is or was aware of information, records, documents, or objects that relate to the violation of criminal law or a violation of conditions of probation, parole, bail, or other court order. C. Judge, juror, grand juror, attorney, victim, witness, advocate, police officer, court, corrections officer, federal agent, investigator, clerk, investigator, clerk, court officer, court reporter, court interpreter, probation officer, or parole officer. D. Person who is or was attending, or a person who had made known intention to attend a proceeding described in this section, or family members of a person described in the section, with the intent or with reckless disregard for the facts that it may impede, obstruct, delay, prevent, or otherwise interfere with a criminal investigation at any stage, grand jury proceeding, a dangerousness hearing, a motion hearing, a trial, or other criminal proceedings of any type, a parole hearing, parole violation proceeding. Pretty much he is fucked. Let's read the punishment for this. I mean, he's pretty guilty of that. I mean, like, there's enough videos to basically sentence him for that. I mean, 2, punish, harm, or otherwise retaliate against any such person described in this section for such person or such person's family members or participation of any proceedings described in the section shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison for not more than 10 years or by imprisonment in the house or corrections for not more than 2.5 years, or by a fine of less than 1,000 or more than 5,000, or both. Such fine or imprisonment, if the proceeding in which their misconduct is directed at is the investigation or prosecution of a crime punished by life imprisonment, or the parole of a person convicted of crime punishable by life imprisonment, such person shall be punished by imprisonment in the state for not more than 20 years, or imprisonment in house corrections for not more than 2.5 years, or by fine of not more than $10,000, or both such fine. Oh my God, he is so fucked. And Karen's fucked too, because they have enough to throw her ass in the fucking under the prison. Isn't this per count? Yes, it's per count. It's per count, guys. They could be going to jail for a long time. Turtle Boy is. If I was Turtle Boy, I would be shitting bricks right now. It's not good for Turtle Boy. Not good for Karen Reed. Hell, it might not be good for some attorneys. I mean, if I was the attorney and I was basically there's some sort of connection to this, maybe the attorneys might get charged. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? But I definitely think Karen Reed's going to get charged with this as well. I think this is coming down the pipeline. And I think when they open up those phones and they find anything in there, she better hope that she wiped those phones clean, that she got everything out of there. Because if she doesn't, she's in big, big trouble. She's in big, big trouble. Very big trouble. Because even if she got somehow acquitted of the murder charge, she could still be charged with this too. So, I mean, good luck to you. 85. The information provided by Natalie Wilwicki, Berschneider, and Jane outlines the close communication between Kearney and Reed. The communication has continued after Kearney was arrested and arraigned on charges of intimidation of a witness. Reed feeding Kearney information was not only providing her defense theory, as she did with the national news outlets. Reed and her attorneys and Kearney have publicly mischaracterized their relationship. The information fed to Kearney was later cited by Reed's defense counsel in a written motion. Kearney's statements of jury influence in preventing the case from reaching trial are clear motivations. Kearney and Reed are conspiring to commit witness intimidation. As the witness intimidation statute allows, Karen Reed has indirectly intimidated, harassed the witness named in the affidavit. Holy fuck. That's not good, ladies and gentlemen. They have two witnesses. They have communications that was saved from Natalie. They have a statement from Jane. She is fucked. Like absolutely guaranteed fucked. Because if they go into that phone and they find more, holy fuck. I would not want to be in Karen Reed's shoes right now. Evidence of such guys will be found on the mobile electronic devices used by Reed to communicate, harass, intimidate, and receive information. By the way, when you do that system restart, it doesn't necessarily delete everything. There's a way to retrieve some things, I heard. So she better hope and pray that they don't retrieve anything. On December 23rd, 2023, I applied for and granted a search warrant out of New Fork Superior Court to seize any cell phone presumably used by Karen Reed. Efforts to location Reed within the 7 days of issuance of the search warrant were unsuccessful. So she goes bye-bye. She goes in hiding when that shit goes out. That makes interesting. That's very interesting, you know. 88 on January 9th, 2024. I mean, only an innocent. Well, she's innocent, right, guys? She's not doing witness intimidation. I mean, why would she ever be in fucking hiding? 88 on January 9th, 2024. I applied for and was granted a search warrant out of the New Fork Superior Court to obtain the real-time location information of the cell phone associated with the number and a separate search warrant to seize the device. I served the search warrant on Verizon and began receiving location information in the afternoon of January 9th. The location information suggested the phone was in the residence of Reed in Mansfield. On January 10th, I obtained a search warrant from Stratton District Court to enter the residence and execute the search warrant to seize the cell phone. After obtaining the Stratton, D.C. search warrant and traveling to Mansfield to execute the search warrant, the phone location began to move north to the Seaport area of Boston. Given the wide radius of the location information and the infrequency of the information every 15 minutes, the density of the area, and the decision was made to monitor the location information overnight. The following day, January 11th, the phone location suggested that the phone boarded an airport at Logan Airport and traveled to Sarasota, Florida, where it remained for the duration of the time frame authorized by the search warrant. Holy fuck. So this lady gets a search warrant, again monitored, and she goes on the run to Florida. Guys, she went on the run to Florida. Someone tipped her up. I mean, I can't believe this. Someone tipped this lady off, and she ran to Florida. Like, how is anyone sitting here thinking this is not the act of a guilty person? I don't even know how she's allowed to go to Florida. She's being tried for murder. And she's like the murderer of John O'Keefe, and she's allowed to jump on the plane to Florida to avoid the warrants. And she waited exactly to the time the expiration. That's why I feel like she was tipped off. And she probably got tipped off, and she ran to Florida to hide her devices and hide shit and start hiding stuff. Tell me if that's the act of an innocent person. Everyone here wants to basically, that's my take as well. Everyone wants to basically sit here and talk about Jennifer McCabe deleted her phone call conversation with so-and-so, but no one wants to point out the woman gets served with a warrant. She goes on the run to Florida to hide after the duration of the warrant. She was on the run. Let's be real. That is not the act of an innocent woman. That is not attempting to intimidate witnesses. That is not the act I would expect from a woman. That's the act I would expect someone trying to hide information. So that's my opinion. So you guys come to me and tell me if that's, in your opinion, the act of an innocent woman to run to Florida to wait out the duration of a warrant. 89. Digital forensics is a branch of forensic science encompassing the recovery, preservation, investigation, examination, analysis of material found on digital devices. Digital forensic software allows forensic examiners to extract data from digital devices, parse it into a readable format. The majority of the software programs do not allow for date, time, content restrictions, and require the acquisition, extraction of data from the digital device. Because of these software limitations, I request permission to seize all data of mobile devices seized. 90. Based upon my training and experience, I know from my training and experience that today's cell phones are capable of conducting internet searches, storing large amounts of data, connecting external devices via USB, cable, Bluetooth, wireless. Bluetooth is wireless connection. Okay, it goes there. Wireless devices. Okay, so he's given his background, his pedigree of what he knows about the devices. We don't need to really read all that shit. 91. I know that people who commit criminal offenses together often communicate prior to or following that crime. Additionally, those who commit criminal offenses often communicate with their co-conspirators prior to or following the crime. I know that it is common for people to communicate via text messages, multimedia messages, and phone calls and emails. 92. I know from my training experience that commonly used digital devices include smartphones or portable devices. These mobile devices can be moved from one Wi-Fi connection to another. So he's giving you that background. Okay, so he's going into more training. Apple devices are signed under the same name. He's giving you the iCloud. Okay, what's going on 94? I know from my training experience. Okay, he's giving more background. I know based on my training experience that I can Facebook, social media platforms. Okay, let me see. Okay. Consequently, there is probably cause, and this is 96, probable cause to believe that the historic GPS data associated with the cell phone will contain recorded evidence of physical location of the associated mobile device whenever the device is moving or stationary. Information and evidence of the associated device and travel should be contributed to identifying the location from which the device departed, the location where the associated device traveled to, and the time the associated device remained in different locations. Let me see. I'm trying to see if there's more to it. He's going to his background based on let's go to 99. Based on all the above, there is probable cause to believe that the data held within the cell phone used by Karen Reed will contain evidence of witness intimidation, conspiracy, that the cell phone data has been used to means of committing crime and is evidence of criminal activity. Okay, so 100 says the evidence for which probable cause exists includes data evidence, ownership, custody, or control of electronic device items, including activation date, email accounts, billing records, social media records, account information, calendar, alerts, reminders, notes, text messages, and pictures or videos from April 1st, 2023 through including the date of seizure. So they're going all the way to April 1st when she thought about that cockamamie theory that Cullen beat him up. B, data evidencing dissemination of data depicting evidence of intimidation, witness of any witnesses. So intimidation of any witness or family members of witnesses involved in the murder of John O'Keefe, to include but not limited to Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Christopher Albert, Cullen Albert, Juliana Albert, Michael Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor from April 18, 2023 to the date of seizure. Oh, that's not good. Data evidence, ongoing conspiracy with Aidan Kearney to intimidate witness. Karen Reed has been charged with the criminal offense February 22nd and is being represented by an attorney. Okay, goes into that. Giving the request. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it, guys. She is fucking toast. Not good at all. She is fucked. 100% fucked. I think it doesn't really help her case that she went on the run from the cops when they had a warrant to serve her to grab her phone to Florida. To me, that's not, and wait until it expires. To me, that's not the signs of an innocent woman that is not, working in the conspiracy with Turtle Boy to intimidate witnesses. I think there's some things to hide. And I think she's in big trouble. I think she's going to get charged. I think there's a very good chance. Imagine being the officer going through all her data. They're probably in the break room serving all the piping hot tea. Well, we'll see if they can get it. We'll see. I mean, it depends if they give her access to this, because of the password. Because they might, I've talked to people, I don't want to give their names. They talked about how you'd have to do a hard break, like a dummy, basically guess the passwords, just like a hard break. I don't know if she gave them the passwords. I don't know if she just handed them the phones and said, hey, try to open it, guys. I think she's fucked. I think she's absolutely fucked. I think she definitely went on the run. I think she was tipped off. I wonder who tipped her off. My guess is, that's very weird to me that a warrant's being served on you. I'm wondering if her attorney kind of tipped her off. Questions need to be asked. Now considering she's rumored to have wiped them while she kept the cops waiting 45 minutes, what does that say? That says to me that you probably were hiding something. And I doubt it was her Tinder account. Let's just say that much. I doubt it was the Tinder account. She doesn't have a Tinder account. That's just a joke, by the way. I doubt it's that. I think it's most likely this woman is hiding communications and cooperate, and basically her working with Turtle Boy. Who are we talking about? Karen Reed. Karen Reed, basically, when a warrant was served for her phones, she ran to Florida. She ran out of the state of Massachusetts to Florida to hide out until the duration of the thing expired. That to me, and then wipes them. Queen, are you there? Queen? There. Queen? Not sure. She might be dealing with Duke or Kiwi or kids. But anyway, or she's not, fast enough with the thing. Swipe. I think she's, this is not looking good for, yeah, and I don't understand how anyone who does true crime for long enough can sit here, have a woman change her story 3 times, lie every way she goes, lies about how many drinks she had. She originally said she had 4 drinks. It turned out she had 9 or something. I think 9. 7 or 9. I got to look it up again. She had that many drinks. She's lied about her communications with Turtle Boy. She's lied about everything. Her attorneys lied. What the fuck's going on here? And then she's working with this guy, this Turtle Boy. And when they start seeing his bad behavior, do you know what she does? She just continues working with him. I don't see how anyone can sit here and say this is a person you want to stake your reputation on at all. I don't know why she didn't have a burner phone, to be honest with you. I have no clue. That's a good question. I don't know why she didn't just have a beeper at this point, to be honest with you, if you're going to do shit like this, but whatever. And just get a call and meet in person with disguise or something. Yeah, she's looking less credible the seconds. Yeah, and it's people are they're gonna go against these 10 people and say they're not credible because she, Jennifer McKay, because she had messages on the phone that she deleted with people. And then this lady was literally on the run from the cops to not show her phone. Who are you gonna believe, guys? Who's telling the truth? I don't know. I think it's just a very silly situation. Let me see. But yeah, if anyone has any questions about it, you can just shoot it in the chat. But B Tim, I'm proud of you. You did awesome. And the Glare Sirs panel. Yeah, it was just ridiculous, man. That guy didn't understand anything. And the key takeaway is I feel like he has no clue what's the basis of the conspiracy. A timeline of events. And then what got me a little annoyed was like he was asking me for precise things, like exactly how the body got hit by the car. It's like, how the fuck am I going to know how the bodies got hit by the car? Am I the accident reconstruction person? Was I there? I'm going off a theory, guys. I'm going off the most common theory based upon the facts given to me. And I am not a police officer, so I do not have all the facts. It's weird that it wouldn't just say she lost the phone and destroy them. Yeah, that's weird to me too. I'm surprised she didn't say, oops, I dropped it into the, I hit it with a mallet. I was making fucking chicken cutlets and I smashed it accidentally 15 times. She backed up and hit him. That's how. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how a person, I mean, like, I don't get it, to be honest with you. And everyone that sits there and says, well, how they collected the evidence at the scene wasn't appropriate. I was like, okay, well, how are they going to collect the evidence? They use snowblowers to collect it. Okay, well, I mean, how else are they going to collect the evidence? They're going to use a shovel or they're going to use a snowblower. I mean, and they're going to be things they're going to miss because obviously snow covers shit. Guys, I mean, like, you're expecting like inhuman abilities here. Like, how do you expect someone's going to carefully collect evidence on scene? Just to me, it's crazy. And Queen's gone. She's gone. She dropped off. But anyway, Feetsum, I think Blair needs to leave this case alone. And however, I wonder if he's going to in so deep that he get backlash from Turtle Boy's writers at this point. I think he's going to get backlash because he's not really being neutral. He's not looking at the facts of the situation. And realistically, if you look at the facts of the situation, you would see that there is not enough to point at guilt at those 10 people. And there's a lot more to point at guilt towards Karen Reed. And if you want to argue the point that, oh, she's in it, there's not enough evidence to convict her, you know what? I mean, that's a different argument. But I wouldn't have a debate over that, about admissibility in trial. I am not an attorney. The Blair is not an attorney. We're not attorneys. We're two guys off the internet. If you want to have a discussion about admissibility at the time of trial, that's a discussion for attorneys. Go to LawTube. I'm sure they're a lot smarter when it comes to procedures and how it gets admitted and in arguments in court. You're not going to get that with the Glare nor me. Okay, I do not know about admissibility in Boston, Massachusetts of evidence. I will tell you that now. And anyone, because I am not a lawyer, and even if I was a lawyer, you would have to be a criminal lawyer, and you would have to be a criminal lawyer in the state of in Massachusetts. So, just saying, and that's a different argument. You can make an argument that maybe she'll get off because of evidence collection and how it wasn't done properly. Different argument, but that's a different debate. That's a different debate. That's a debate whether she can be convicted. But the debate we were having was, do you think she's innocent and why? And he did not have a lot to support his position. He did a Kylie Rodney on me where he showed me a video of him talking to a random truck driver. I mean, like a tow truck driver, which, by the way, we don't even know if he was paid for that. We don't know if he was coerced in saying that. We don't know who this guy is. If this guy was such a big deal, then why is defense not bring him in trial as a witness? Then he shows me a photo of the back of a car, which half the taillight is covered in snow. It's like 30 feet away, pointed to the bottom, the worst photo you could possibly imagine. And it only shows one side of the truck. And then another problem is, do we even know if that's a truck? Do we even know if that's the same? If it's the same vehicle? If it's not someone else's vehicle and it's being lied? Do we even know that? I don't know. Maybe I missed it. Maybe it's part of the evidence and I missed it. I'll fully admit that there was a lot of documents, so I could have missed that. And maybe that was submitted by the defense and I missed it. If that's the case, sorry, guys, my screw up. But I didn't see that photo in the defense when they submitted it in discovery. Maybe I'm just wrong, but I didn't see it. So maybe I missed something. I am human. I could miss something. So, but if it's just some random photo emailed to you by some rando, to me, that's not good. That would never be admitted. And that's just a ridiculous thought process. He would never come on and say, you know what, guys, I was wrong and I got sucked in. He's doing a Turtle Boy. I mean, listen, let him retire, interview a retired guy. You know what? Hopefully the retired cop is from Boston, and hopefully it's actually informative and it's not some bullshit. Maybe it's good that he gets a retired cop to testify. Maybe the cop will set him straight and talk to him. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a good interview. Maybe I'm crossing fingers. It could be a good interview. I did make that suggestion to him. I said, maybe you should talk to a cop about cop procedures and bring him on. That would be a good idea for a show. You're welcome, Blair. I gave you an idea for your show instead of just sitting there and just giggling while you're watching court. I'm glad you're actually following advice. I'm glad. So this is either an accident by a drunk person or a murder by a drunk person. No, I don't think it's a murder. It's what do you mean, like Karen Reed murdering? No, the problem is with the Free Karen Reed movement, they switch from their thought process. Some believe that he was lured there to be killed, and some people think it was just a spontaneous action. Cullen just lost control and attacked him. So I've listened to it, and either one doesn't make sense to me. I don't think a 17-year-old kid's going to beat up a guy who's 6 foot something. I don't care how drunk he is. That guy does not look like he would take he had a feathered chin, if you catch my drift. You know, 17-year-old young kid's going to take out that guy. Okay. It went from homicide to murder because of what the grand jury saw. Yeah, and basically because they did the accident reconstruction tested and they checked it if there's anything that would alert you to backing up to someone. And honestly, I mean, I think the cover up, her being drunk, and also I think like her trying to cover it up also kind of played a part to that. I think she realized at 4:30 she fucked up. Another thing people don't point out, which is very interesting, is that she tells one of the people she calls up, I believe, I have to pull up the quote, but she believes he's deceased. Why do you believe he's deceased when he's late, when he's not at home? How do you know he's not cheating on you? How do you know he didn't just go and leave that place and drink somewhere else? How do you know he didn't just sleep over? Why is your mind immediately that he's going to be dead? Seems odd to me, you know? I never have that thought process when someone's not home when they're supposed to be home. Usually my thought process goes to things that they would logically do in their life. You know, like maybe they slept over. Maybe they went somewhere else. Maybe they just, are other things. It's just weird to me. This agent's proof Karen Reed is innocent is a blurry, glazed photo of a bumper in the dark and specs. Yeah, and one side of it, and a shitty photo. If you believe people are innocent based, like she's innocent based on that, you're not much of a detective at that point. You're no Sherlock Holmes. Let's just say that much. How do you pick him out covered in snow in 12 feet off the? I don't think he was covered in 12 feet. I think it was 5 inches or something like that. It was covering him. I think I gotta look it up, but I think it was 5 inches. Bro, from the moving car. And don't forget that it's dark out. Like I heard reports that they have to use like a spotlight or something to see them. So imagine it's dark, it's snowy, he's covered in snow, and you're in the back of a car that might have heat on, so you might have like a little bit of a glaze on there. Like, like the fogginess of your window that you have to wipe off all the time. So you got that added to it. And you pick up the person in the snow while everyone else can't see it. Tell me how that's possible. Let me see. Vanessa Free says, I disagree with Tim. Every time my husband was late coming home, I always thought the worst and would sometimes even call hospitals looking for him when he was really just at the pool hall drinking. I can understand that thought process. To me, that's never been the situation. I've never been in that situation to think like that. But I can understand how you might think that way. But just to me, it seems odd that you would call up people and say he's like deceased or something like that. I don't think that's what I would do. But I understand your thought process. So hype. You're so hypey. I'm not hype. I'm just talking. The usual. Queen's kind of quiet. I don't know what's happened to Queen. Critical thinkers see all the holes in the defense theories. There is a lot of holes in the defense theories. Like, for instance, he talks. I remember the key thing I forgot, and I kicked myself for not thinking about this during the discussion with the Glare, was he talked about Nagel pulling in at the same time, and then pulling to the side and not seeing John O'Keefe. But my thought process afterwards, I said, wait a minute, didn't they pull in? My understanding was, and I could be wrong, maybe my thought process was off, I have to review the notes, but I thought he said that they came in basically at the same time, right? So why is it that he didn't see him go into the house? Because that's what the glare was basically saying, that John O'Keefe went to the house before that guy came near Karen Reed, and that's why he didn't see John O'Keefe in the car. But if you go with that thought process, he was closest to the house, so he would have seen a 6-foot guy walk into the house. And why would he lie about everything? Tell the truth about everything else, but lie about that when you're going to use the basis of his testimony? Wouldn't he? If he was going to lie to you about his statement, wouldn't he just say, "Yeah, I saw John O'Keefe in the car with Karen Reed"? That just seems odd to me. And most likely, I said, maybe he was in the side of the car and he just didn't see him, or maybe the lights didn't see everyone in the passenger side. Maybe he just saw Karen Reed. I think it was Natalie that recruited. I think Natalie acted as an intermediary and basically had some sort of connections with Turtle Boy, maybe as a viewer or something. I got to read it again. And she basically connected Turtle Boy to Karen Reed, basically. And they did this since April. They were communicating. So almost the beginning of the case. This is years ago when we are no longer married. I was just too naive to accept the fact that he was out drinking, so I always thought he was hurt or somewhere. I understand that. And that's kind of based upon past behavior and stuff like that. And that could go for Karen Reed's defense. She could just say, well, I stated those statements because he drinks a lot, and I was worried that he might have got hit by a snowplow, and I said that. That would go to her defense. That would be a logical explanation of why you would say that to someone. And I could believe that. That's an actual believable statement that you can actually take thought process. And I think the jury would probably believe that a little bit. Have they said who got rid of that one? Jen Altman recruited TB for Natalie. Oh, thank you for that clarification, Bobo. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me, B. Tim?
I can hear you now.
So I got a message. Heels was wanting to know if you would want to go on and discuss the Karen Reed case with her at some point, like on the live or whatever.
As long as it's appropriate time. Yeah, sure. Just let her set it up.
Yeah, I figured you would. I just, you know what I mean? I told her I'd ask.
Yeah, it's
I know. You know what I'm saying? Talking about, I know she's been pretty involved in it. You know what I mean? She's been studying it, so researching and stuff. So I figured it'd be a good conversation.
Yeah, sure. I'll jump on. If she's like, I'm not a late person who can
I don't know when she's gonna do it. I just, you know what I'm saying? I said, you got, I was like, you guys do a live, and she's like, I would love to do that, and talk to him,
Yeah, sure. Make sure if it's anytime Saturday, Sunday it's like the daytime, and obviously nighttime I'm sleeping because I'm gonna be in Midtown Manhattan on Monday. Are we still Hive friends, Slim Jim? I want to make sure. Let me see. Yeah, Altman was the turtle rider who suggested him to Natalie, who put him in contact with Cameron. Thank you for that clarification, Publico. He wouldn't have seen John if Karen had her overhead lights on. It makes the pasture side darker, shadows. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, my belief is I think like he just didn't get to see John. John, I think, was there. I never think he ever, in my opinion, he never entered that house. Never entered that house. It makes sense. The accident makes sense. Also, like, if you're going to plant someone in your front of your yard, why would you have such details about an accident? Why would you remove one of his shoes, leave a black straw there, broken cocktail glass? If this is like a sudden murder that you just did on the spot, it seems like pretty elaborate, let's just say. As a first, one shoe does pop off whenever you're hit by a car, and that is a fact you can look up, if that's just a normal fact. The whole idea that his arm's bitten up by a dog, well, I think the piece of his cloth, and this was one detail I was wrong about, and I saw a Google document that said it was tested, the wounds, and sent in. And unfortunately, I think Sleuthy Goosey said that she saw it. That might have been a mistake from the article. But a piece of his clothes was sent to UC Davis for testing. I don't know if it's back yet, but if it had dog DNA, dog DNA or animal DNA, I think the defense would probably want that. I think the defense would demand that right away. because that would basically exonerate Karen Reed immediately. Because how do you explain that? I couldn't explain that. I mean, like, how am I going to explain that with my storyline that he was hit with the back of a car? I couldn't, unless I think the dog went in the backyard and bit him and then she backed up. That'd just be a ludicrous theory I would have in my head. So, I mean, we'll see. But that's the difference. I'm open to all theories. I'm open to all facts. If new facts come in, my theory will change. Simple as that. There is no pride into it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm right, I'm right. Simple as that. And I think that's what True Crime Channel should do. New theories, new information, new facts come in, you change. Don't stick to shit that's 8 months ago and just because you're pride, you don't want to change it. You're wrong, you're wrong. You know how many times I've been wrong in a true crime case where initially I thought something was what it wasn't? It's because I didn't have all the facts. Simple as that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Oh, well. The facts seem to lead to her, her hitting her boyfriend with the car. Anyway, Queen, are you there? Queen's gone. She's gone. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
You there? I'm like, yeah, I'm here. Yeah. You're like, no, she's gone. I'm like, no, I'm right here.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't hear. But anyway, Queen, I'm going to skedaddle.
All right. I think I'm going to do the same. So, yeah, I will holler at you here after a bit. I'm going to be live later at the Hive. So.
All right. I'll see you.
All right, baby. Talk to you after a bit.
All right. Bye.
All right, y'all. We've been on here like 4.5 hours, and look, I am cracking myself up. My community tab is so fucking funny. So, anyhow, okay, look, let me put you on real quick. Sludge Knuckles, because I know you're listening. Sludge Knuckles has nothing to do with you being fat. Since you can't make it make sense, I'm gonna make it make sense for you. Sludge Knuckles is when you get shit on your hands. Hence the reason why I said go wash your fucking hands, Sludge Knuckles, because it looks like you got shit all over your fucking hands. All right, that's what it means. It ain't got shit to do with you being fat. It just means you got shit all over your fucking hands, dirty ass. Now that I've had to make it make sense and calculate that up for your ass, I'm going to go ahead and jump off of here, and I'll catch y'all tonight. I know it's set for 10. It'll probably be more like 8, but yeah, I'll catch y'all in the Hive. We're going to go live and finish up what we started, so it is what it is. I'll catch y'all on the flip side.